All right, hey everybody, it's Captain Nabs here with you with another live ATC stream here on the VATSIM network. Welcome aboard, everybody. Today we are going to be controlling in the Vancouver FIR. Uh, da, 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 da. And yeah, let's get this show on the road here. I'm just getting an ATIS up and running right now because it looks like it's actually a little bit busy down here on the ground in Vancouver, which is great. We got a west flow going on today, so I've got aircraft on final eastbound for some reason, but we should have a west flow going on here. See, and here's the thing, like it's the winds out of the east. The real world, they were just using an east flow. I literally just checked it. They were using an east flow, and now it looks like they're spinning around, and it's one of those cases where, like, depending on which runway you look at, some places the wind is varying 180 degrees from one end to the other. So I'm just going to check this one more time because I literally looked like 5 minutes ago and they were in a west flow, and now it looks like we should be in an east flow. Looks like the wind has shifted, and now it looks like they are in fact in an east flow. So just when I thought I had it figured out, flip it around. All right. I'm going to have to figure out what to do here because departures have to be 08 left unless they're an intersection departures, so that's going to be annoying. This actually becomes a more challenging scenario here, and I've got two guys literally chasing each other down final here, which does not impress me. I mean, if there's no controllers online, like, what are you going to do, right? Like, that's their prerogative on VATSIM to do that. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this view for now, and I'm going to bring back this one. Should be the one I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for. Hello. All right, we got people landing in Kelowna. We got people leaving my airspace. Nobody's really in my airspace right now. I'm not going to bug these guys who are just literally on final. They can land themselves and deal with themselves, but we'll be here for the next people that come up because there's no point kind of popping on just at the last possible second and then saying, "Hey, call me now." I don't want to be that guy. So yeah, we're going to just sort of let's see what we can do here. So let's just get some things here. All right, so we're going to assign a squawk code to this guy here. He's going to 16,000. That's fine. It's 08 left for departures today. And it's the Vancouver to departure I'm going to do. All right, the other guy on the ground here is our Canada 306. There's also somebody on the ground in Victoria, which I'm going to pull that up in a minute. It just, I can only do one thing at a time here. So it's fine. These guys are having their fun. Let them have their fun. But that looks very reasonable. Okay, that's all good. Okay, so we got this guy landed here. We got these lads leaving my airspace. So it was kind of busy a few minutes ago when I picked Vancouver as an FIR to run. And then, of course, go figure, now it's kind of already quieted down a little bit. So anyways, so be it. I'll let them taxi the gate, but let's pull up Victoria as well. So let's see here. Let me pull up my METARs. Let me pull up my weather. Okay, so Vancouver winds are kind of out of the southeast. Victoria winds are also out of the southeast. I believe there's no ILSs to 09 right now. So let's go ahead and pull up some information here. 09 VMC approach. I'm going to say visual runway 09. Connect that with Alpha. We'll get this going here in a second. There are some NOTAMs. Victoria is in an interesting, it's not a bind, but it's in a very interesting place right now because 0927 is having a lot of construction done on it right now. So let's just go back to the NOTAMs here for a second. I had the NOTAMs up and then I got rid of them, but the NOTAMs, I believe we had, let's see here. For 09, the ILS to runway 09 is unserviceable. I believe we can do the RNAV. Yeah, so we can do RNAV or visual runway 09er. I'll make that information Bravo when I make a change. Vancouver, So approach ILS or RNAV or visual runway 8 left, because I don't believe there's any NOTAMs about 8 left being closed, but we have to depart 8 left as well. 8 right, there's lots of amendments. 8 left, just looking through the NOTAMs here really quick. ILS Zulu 8 left, it's got higher minimums. ILS glide path runway 26 left. You can have arrivals on 08 right, but no ILS. Closed Mills Taxiway, and then there's a whole bunch of closed taxiways here as well in Vancouver. So we got a whole bunch. We've got Alpha 2, Alpha 4, Alpha 6, Bravo, Delta 1, Delta 2. Oh, sorry, that's at night. That's at night, sorry. So yeah, that's the thing, is you got to look at the hours on these closures here as well. So every night they have the closure, the full closure of that runway to do more work on it, close to the edge of the runway. 8 left, 8 right. Okay, so it's kind of partly open, but we definitely can't use. So Lima, Victor's closed. Like basically 1331 could be used, but everything, this whole intersection here and west is all closed. So we need to. Let's see here. Where is it? It's where is it? Taxiway Lima, west of hotel closed. Victor, south of hotel closed. And 1331 is also closed in this vicinity. So 1331 you can get to Delta, and that's about it. So that's fine. So I just need to kind of mentally prep myself for what the flows of traffic are going to be. We've got Victoria, and then we've got we're going to pull up Kelowna as well here. Somebody else just logged on here. Departing Vancouver. All right, FedEx 226. Supposed to be 8 left. Vancouver 2. I'm ready to write what type of aircraft are we dealing with here. An MD-11. Wonder if that's the TFDI MD-11. So let's see if he wants to depart 8 right. I don't think he can do it from the threshold. Yeah, I could probably get in a backtrack most of the way. No, to runway 8 right, departures available to piston and turboprop aircraft only. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's going to have to taxi all the way up there. Oh, there's ANG 1. All right, and the other airport I want to pull up as well is Kelowna. So we do have one airplane that just landed there. I just sort of missed a whole rush, I think. I just kept my bad timing, of course, is always landing or logging in just after the rush. So let's just see what they've got in the way of NOTAMs for Kelowna, because I know they had some construction there, display thresholds, etc. 1634 extended. 16. All right. RNAV runway whiskey. All right. So let's get an ATIS up and running in Kelowna. And let's see which way the winds are going here. Winds are 160 at 5. That's pretty easy. 16 it is. And it is pretty VMC there. So yeah, we'll go with the VMC. And there we go. Now we got another ATIS up and running. We got 3 airports up and running. Hopefully we'll get a couple people calling us shortly here. These guys taxiing around still have not noticed that anybody's hanging around yet, but that's okay. All right, anyways, I'm not going to be too pissed off about it. In the meantime, I'm just going to go over here and adjust my chat window, make sure that I can see the chats. And if anybody is watching, yeah, I think we kind of got ourselves all up and running here. Unfortunately, FedEx 226 has got the long taxi turboprop, piston and turboprop departures only off runway 08 right. They can backtrack if they need to, but the closest they can get is Echo taxiway. So it's a long taxi. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. All right. Vancouver information, Charlie. Winds are still kind of out of the southeast here, so definitely favoring the east flow here. Literally logged in just for the runway change, and now we're ready. Bring on the traffic. Now that the hubbub seems to have died down, hopefully we will not. Hopefully it's not over. Hopefully we'll continue to see some inbounds here. Just bad timing. Happened to log on just as the hubbub sort of died down there. Angel 1 Medevac is a VFR flight from Victoria to Victoria. I think I saw him already has departed, so I think he was already up and about, and now he's back down again already. But we'll try. We got a couple guys sitting on the ground in Vancouver, so we'll get some traffic going here. And since there's not a whole lot of traffic online on VATSIM, oh, actually, look at that. Winnipeg Center also logged on just a little while ago as well. But there's not a whole lot of ATC, especially West Coast ATC. LAX Center is on there, and Vancouver or the Vegas terminal, SoCal, but all right, where are these guys going? Taxi around the whole bloody airport. Way out of Air Canada territory, anyways, because Air Canada doesn't park any further south than the this domestic pier here. Oh, and then, of course, somebody logged off. This never fails. You log in as a controller on VATSIM, and everybody logs off. Well, we'll keep the stream going for a while at least, and if it really starts to kind of peter out to there's no traffic whatsoever, then I will pull the plug at some point. I have quite a few hours to kill. I could definitely be around for a little bit, providing some good ATC service to people. But if nobody shows up, nobody wants to participate, then I will shut it down because there's no point in me being here. I thought for a few minutes that it was going to be interesting because there's quite a few aircraft hanging around, but everyone's sort of on the ground doing nothing. Just bad timing. Hopefully we can get somebody to come over here. Let's see here. We got one inbound, Air Canada 547, somewhere over Montana, I guess. Yeah, Montana right now. So he's probably about an hour and 20 out. Yeah, and then we got these two guys at two guys on the ground here. We lost one of our departures, but we got another one. So, and then we got a departure, another Victoria departure. Excellent, excellent. This guy is IFR. Victoria to Nanaimo. Nice. Just a Nanaimo VOR. That's fine. And I should probably make sure I have charts ready to go as well here. So let's do charts. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's do Victoria. And I can do a Victoria 5 departure off of three of the 6 runways, 3, 9, and 14. So he can have his choice. Winds are kind of right out of the. It's his choice, anyways. I'll let him pick what he wants. I'm gonna put down 09 for now, but when he calls up, we'll see what he says. Make sure we have the NYMO weather ready to go as well. Encore sitting there at the gates. Somebody on the ground in in Prince George. Maybe I should put up an ATIS in Prince George. Let's do this. So right now it's kind of all over the place. Can I see the weather in Prince George? 300 at 3. So we'll go with 33 in Prince George. I'm going to assume it's VMC at this point. 9 miles and clear skies. Beautiful. All right. That's looking good. That's looking good. That's looking good. I should actually, you know what I never did? I never did do an audio test on my... If you guys can hear that, then you'll hear airplanes when they call me. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's get one more airport view up, and let's get Prince George Airport view up so that we're ready. It's more than anything, good controlling is about being ready. CYXS. So that when people call and when it does start to get busy, you're already on it. You already know what's happening. You've got a plan. All right, Air Canada 306, that's fine. 077. All right. Come on, people, start calling. This is the most boring ATC stream yet. But give it a couple minutes. It didn't take very long. People saw that there was a controller online, and boy, did they start coming quickly. That did not take long at all. I'll be honest. I'm pretty impressed. Pretty impressed with how fast these people got up here. Did I close? No, I didn't. That's there. Okay, good. All right, but if anybody wants to ask anything or questions about ATC right now, please feel free to ask. It's yeah, it'll probably get busy in a few minutes, but right now it's pretty quiet, so now's a good time to ask questions if you got any. It's a yeah. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do as well. I'm gonna try and do this if I can do this. There we go. That's what I'm going to do. All right, so I'm going to have this overall view of ATC up above here as well, so I can kind of see what's going on here. So I've got a second screen above me here with a second view of the terminal unit, so I can see what's going on. Nobody's pushing back. Nobody's trying to taxi without talking to me. Oh, we got 2 people on the ground in CAV4. I don't even know what CAV4 is, but I guess we're going to find out. Hold on. Show me Navigraph. Come on, Navigraph, you can do it. You can load. Yeah, CAV4. I feel like I should know this one. But I can't think what it is right off the top of my head. Come on. So let's see if I can search for it. CAV4. Charlie Lake in McBride. It's right there. There is actually, yeah, there are 2 approaches into it. Oh, excellent. All right, so let's do this. Let's, while we're waiting here, let's turn on CAV4. Airports, because a lot of the kind of the more obscure airports are not turned on by default, but it should be here somewhere. It's thinking about it. Now I bogged it down trying to draw it. There it is, CAV4. All right, that's not too bad. All right, nobody taxiing yet. People are firing up their sim. They're getting excited. They're gonna do stuff. Let's see if I can find as well. So where's Waypoint Wallop? So Wallop is right close to where they are as well. Okay. So it's basically kind of a more or less a direct thing. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 airplanes on the ground. Departures on the ground. So let's get going. And you just got to keep scanning because people will start taxing without talking to you. You won't even know. It only takes a couple of guys to ruin your day too. That's the other thing too. I'm not usually one to kind of rage quit, but if I get enough people just completely ignoring me to the point where I feel like I might as well not be here, and I will eventually rage quit. I don't want to do it. Don't want to rage quit. But there's nothing worse than like trying to sit here and provide control services and half the guys aren't talking to you. The other half that are talking to you aren't listening and doing what you're instructing them to do. It frustrates to no end. We do have Anchorage Center online. There's one we don't see all that often. How long's Anchorage been online for? 1 hour 41. Winnipeg for the last 59, and Vancouver for the last 20. 20 minutes. I've been connected, and I haven't talked to anybody yet. It doesn't even feel like 20 minutes. It takes so long to kind of get set up and organized sometimes. It does help if I connect the audio too. I had the audio connected, but something obviously went wrong with it at some point. At least I'm fairly sure I had it connected at some point.
Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 1-4.
Thunderbird 1-4, Vancouver, good day.
Thunderbird 1-4, looking for IFR to McBridge, or McBrid.
All right, Thunderbird 1-4, you're cleared to the McBride Airport via the Prince George 5 departure, Vector's flight plan route, departure runway 33, squawk 0714.
Clear 2D McBride Airport via Prince George 5 departure, radar vectors, flight plan route, and departing runway 33, squawk 0714 for Thunderbird 1-4.
Thunderbird 1-4, affirmative, it is flight plan route. Your readback is all correct. Information is Alpha. And give me a call when you're ready for taxi.
We'll pick up on Alpha and then we'll call you back for taxi, Thunderbird 1-4.
All right, let me just bring this up as well. So I got everything that I need here. Da, 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 da.
The Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 5, looking to pick up IFR clearance for the same route, please.
Thunderbird 5, Vancouver, you're cleared to the McBride Airport via the Prince George 5 departure and radar vectors to flight plan route. Depart runway 33, squawk code 0747.
Thunderbird 5, cleared to McBride via the Prince George 5 departure. Flight plan route will be squawking 0747 and runway 33 for departure, Thunderbird 5. Thank you.
Thunderbird 5, the readback is correct. And let's see here, the information is Alpha. Advise me when you're ready for taxi.
advise you when ready for taxi, and just want to let you know that we're medevac.
And Thunderbird 5, okay, I checked the medevac status, thank you.
Vancouver Center, Cessna 414, Gulfstream Echo Charlie in Victoria. The information, Charlie looking for IFR clearance to Nanaimo.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver Center, hello, you're cleared to Nanaimo via the Victoria 5 departure, vectors to the Nanaimo VOR, flight plan route, depart runway 09er, squawk 0763. It's not a VOR, it's an NDB. I just think about it as the words rolled out of my mouth, it's an NDB.
Vancouver, Air Canada 306.
Victoria 5, departure, runway 09, squawk 0765, Gulfstream Echo Charlie.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver, very close, it's 0763 on the squawk. The current winds in Victoria, latest METAR was 140 at 12, gusting 17. Do you want 14 for departure, or are you okay with 09?
Squawk 0763, and I am okay with 09er. Golf Echo Charlie.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie, Roger. It is Information Alpha, it's Information Charlie in Victoria, and keep me a call when you're ready for taxi. And I believe the other call there was Air Canada 306.
Affirmative, Air Canada 306, ready for taxi.
All right, Air Canada 306, you're cleared to Montreal via the Vancouver 2 departure, vectors LNOT flight plan route, departure runway 08 left, and the squawk 0771.
Clear to Montreal via the Vancouver 2 with vectors to LNOT flight plan route, expecting 8 left and squawking 0771, Air Canada 306 Heavy.
And Air Canada 306 Heavy, that readback is all correct. Information Charlie in Vancouver. Runway 08 left, altimeter 3012. You could taxi out Papa, Mike, and Mike 10. Hold short 08 left.
3012, taxi Papa, Mike 10 for 8 left. Air Canada 306 Heavy.
All right, now we're getting some stuff happening here. Hayden UK, hello, welcome back to the stream. Today we're going to try and stick around a little bit longer than last time. I am pretty certain that last time it was just a networking issue. I think either Twitch was having some problems or my ISP was having some problems. I'm not sure which it was, but I am pretty convinced it was one of those two things, because I tried streaming later on in the same day. I tried messing around with the settings. Nothing seemed to do anything better, and I tried the Twitch tests, and I couldn't seem to maintain a good stream no matter which tests I ran. But then I came back like 6 hours later, like that same afternoon, and I ran the tests again, and they all came up much better. I was able to run a test broadcast, and it ran much better. So I'm pretty sure that my failures on my last stream, it was nothing to do with my computer, nothing to do with the update of OBS. It was just simply some kind of networking issue that day. I don't know what it was, if it was congestion on the ISP or Twitch was having an issue or what, but it was not the computer per se. It was not the computer not able to process the stream or encode it. It was something in the network itself that just kept on dropping the connection, and then the proportion of dropped frames was just ridiculous. It was on the order of 30%. So like out of every 10 seconds, I'd drop about 3 seconds worth of video. Whereas now I'm just looking at my stats right now. I haven't dropped a frame yet. I've been live for 28 minutes now. It's a different computer on a different network, but it is definitely very possible to stream without dropping any frames. So I've dropped 0 frames in 28 minutes. So that 30% was just untenable. I mean, the audio kept going. I could hear the audio. I'd listen to it later, and I could hear the audio was going in the background, but the video just kept pausing 3 out of every 10 seconds. It's like that's just no way to stream. So yeah, I'm gonna retry. Tuesday seems to be the best day to retry the stream this week. So we're gonna do our best to get that Chicago O'Hare to Seattle stream in on Tuesday of this week. And as long as the network holds up, then we'll be good to go.
Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 14, with information Alpha, short of run, or taxiway Delta.
Thunderbird 14, Vancouver, Roger, taxi Delta, and hold short of 33 for now. Let me know when you're ready for takeoff.
We'll taxi Delta, short of 33, and we'll let you know for takeoff. We can also take off from the Delta intersection.
And if Thunderbird 1-4, I was going to ask that. Okay, perfect. In that case, just let me know when you're ready, and we'll just give you the takeoff clearance right from Delta.
Roger. So we are ready for takeoff. We're on the roll taxi now, Delta, Thunderbird 1-4.
All right, Thunderbird 1-4. And I honestly can't remember if I said it, but the Prince George altimeter is 296. Contact me once you're airborne. Let's see here. The current winds are... Nope, that's the wrong one. My apologies. Current Prince George winds are 050 at 3, clear for takeoff, runway 33.
Copy the weather. We'll contact you airborne, clear for takeoff, runway 33, Thunderbird 1-4.
I got too many things to press on here. Fat fingers. Air Canada 306 Vancouver. Contact me once you're airborne. Winds 080 at 5. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left.
Clear for takeoff, 8 left, Air Canada 306 heavy.
All right, there we go. We got some airborne airplanes. We're going to get some interest now.
To Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 5 medevac will be ready to taxi runway 33.
Thunderbird 5 medevac, Vancouver Center, runway 33. The altimeter in Prince George 29906, information alpha, taxi Delta, hold short 33. And are you able to accept the intersection departure as well from Delta? That'll give you about 4,000 feet remaining.
We'll be able to take Delta Thunderbird 5.
All right, Thunderbird 5, roger. Just taxi Delta. You can line up runway 33 at Delta, and I've just got a short separation, short delay for separation.
Delta and copy for the separation Thunderbird 5.
Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 1-4, passing 5,000 for 8,000, runway heading.
Thunderbird 1-4, Vancouver, thank you, identified. Climb flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210, Thunderbird 1-4.
And Thunderbird 1-4, Vancouver, are you medevac status as well, or no?
Affirm, we're flights with Thunderbird 5.
Roger, understood, thank you. Thunderbird 5, Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne. The Prince George winds, keep losing them here. Prince George winds are 110 at 4 now, clear for takeoff, runway 33 from Delta.
Clear for takeoff, runway 33 via Delta, and we'll contact you once airborne, Thunderbird 5 medevac.
Thunderbird 14, medevac, turn right, direct wall up on course.
Right turn direct wall up on course, medevac, correction, Thunderbird 1-4.
Vancouver, Air Canada 306 heavy, airborne passing 1,600 on the Vancouver to departure.
Air Canada 306 Heavy, Vancouver, thank you very much, identified. Climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000, Air Canada 306 heavy.
All right, Alaska 79er, yeah, we could take you. It's all good. He's on his way through just down to Seattle.
Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 5, medevac 4,000 feet for 8,000 feet, runway heading.
Thunderbird 5 medevac Vancouver, thank you. Identified climb flight level 190.
190, Thunderbird 5, thank you.
And Thunderbird 14, what's your indicated speed in the climb?
We're keeping 150 knots indicated, Thunderbird 14.
Thunderbird 14, thank you very much. Maintain speed 150 or faster.
We'll maintain 150 or faster, Thunderbird 14.
And Thunderbird 5 medevac, speed 150 knots or less for the in-trail sequence.
150 knots or less on the climb, Thunderbird 5, thank you.
Thunderbird 5, I'll have you turning on course in about probably another 3 or 4 miles here. Just need to get the company just a little further ahead.
Roger, Thunderbird 5.
Air Canada 306 Heavy, proceed direct Al Nod.
Direct Al Nod for Air Canada 306 Heavy.
All right, probably gonna get rid of the Prince George view for now because I don't see anybody coming up to it again pretty soon. It's on an airport. You see a lot of traffic out of this. A surprising amount of traffic. Just need like another 2 miles. I'm used to jets too. TBMs are pretty fast little airplanes, but they're not moving nearly as fast as a jet would in the climb. So I'm used to, being able to just like, 30 seconds and I'm going to have 2 more miles of separation here. It's like I got to work a little harder. Thunderbird 5 medevac, turn right, direct wallop on course.
Direct wallop on course, Thunderbird 5.
All right, let's see what I've got for the approach into CAV4. So CAV4, which is McBride, Charlie Lake McBride. I'm going to guess I probably don't have weather in McBride. No weather data. Didn't think so.
Vancouver ground, Charlie Lima Echo Charlie Lima Echo Charlie. Ready for taxi.
Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver, runway 09er, information Victoria Charlie, altimeter 3011. Taxi apron your discretion, Bravo, Echo, cross runway 03 and 14.
Bravo Echo, cross 03, cross 14. Lima Echo Charlie.
And Lima Echo Charlie, I misspoke. It should be Sierra Echo, cross runway 03 and 14.
Sierra Echo 03, cross 14. Lima Echo Charlie.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the closest weather I can get to McBride.
And Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 14, just letting you know, we'll be planning the RNAV runway 30 from the on-noob transition.
And Thunderbird 14 medevac, I copy that. I was just trying to see if I could find you anything closer, but I think Prince George is still the closest weather. So yeah, the winds on the Met are variable at 6 in Prince George. You're cleared direct on Bood.
Direct on Bood, Thunderbird 14, thanks.
And Thunderbird 14 medevac, once you get leveled off and cruise there and the speed stabilizes, let me know what your indicated cruise is going to be.
Roger, I'll let you know about my cruise speed in a second as I level off Thunderbird 14.
Air Canada 306 Heavy, climb flight level 280.
Flight level 280, Air Canada 306 Heavy.
All right, now we got some stuff going on here. We got people logging in. We got a Concorde. Ooh. Canadian Express 584 is the Concorde today. Fancy. All right, so this guy's looking for he's medevac. And he's looking for the RNAV 30. I'm pretty sure I can't pull up any closer weather than that. Williams Lake, yeah. Let's see here. Williams Lake, that's 98 miles. It's almost identical in the distance. VMC.
In Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 1-4. Our cruising indicated is about 205 knots, and it's climbing slowly.
All right, Thunderbird 1-4 medevac, thank you. Maintain speed 200 or greater.
We'll maintain 200 or greater, Thunderbird 1-4.
Thunderbird 5 medevac, you can maintain speed 200 knots or less.
200 or less, Thunderbird 5, thank you.
And Thunderbird 5 medevac. Unfortunately, because McBride is uncontrolled, you're going to have a delay until the company reports on the ground there. So I'm going to just leave you on course for now, but do you want to plan the RNAV 30 as well?
Affirmative, and we can do a hold if you'd like over by the, I don't know what the approach, what the first point is yet, but once I get around to it, I can hold on to that point for now.
All right, Thunderbird 5 medevac. I'll get you direct to that in a little bit, just because you're cruising a little lower. I want to keep you behind the traffic, but I'll get you as close to onboard as I can and get you a hold there once you get a little closer in.
Roger, we'll maintain about 190 for now for Thunderbird 5.
Perfect, thank you.
Vancouver, good afternoon. Alaska 79, follow 390.
Alaska 79, Vancouver, flight level 390. Good day. The hell time is it in Vancouver anyways? I'm controlling here and I have no sense of what time it is. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Vancouver, so it's primo time here. Golf Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver. Contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 110 at 10. Clear for takeoff. Runway 09er.
Clear for takeoff. Charlie Lima Echo Charlie.
Air Canada 306 Heavy. Continue climb. Flight level 370. And you can go direct ICNIX.
Right, by level 370, direct ICNIX for Air Canada 306. Thank you.
Roger. All right.
Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 1-4.
Thunderbird 1-4, go ahead.
Thunderbird 1-4, we'd like to know if we could switch our approach to the RNAV runway 12 via Migdo.
All right, Thunderbird 1-4, that's approved. You can plan on the RNAV to runway 12, proceed direct to Migdo, and when ready, descend 4000.
Okay, we'll plan the RNAV 12, and we'll proceed direct Migdo, and when ready, descend 14,000, Thunderbird 1-4.
And Thunderbird 1-4, the altimeter setting in Prince George right now for your descent, 29906.
90906, thanks, Thunderbird 1-4.
Does it say... Is there a local altimeter setting available? There's a field traffic.
Vancouver Center, United 572 on the ground at Vancouver with information Charlie requesting clearance to Denver, please.
United 572, good evening. You're cleared to Denver via the Vancouver 2 departure, vectors to Watcom VOR, flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left, squawk code 07 for tree.
Now clear to Denver via the Vancouver 2 departure, then radar vectors Watcom VOR, depart runway 08 left, squawk 0743, United 572.
United 572, thank you. The readback is correct. Information is Charlie in Vancouver. Push back and start up at your discretion. Call ready for taxi.
Push back at discretion, we'll call for taxi, United 572.
All right, just trying to see. I don't see.
Vancouver Center, Charlie Lima Echo Charlie, at 1,000 feet.
Stop going through it. Charlie Golf Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver, thank you. Identified, climb 6,000, passing 3,000, turn left direct, and Nanaimo Beacon on course. Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver, you are identified. Climb 6,000. After 3,000, direct Nanaimo Beacon, Yankee Charlie Delta on course.
Nanaimo at 3,000. Golf Lima X Charlie.
Roger. See, okay, so let's see here. So I need to know how far this guy is from CAV4.
Vancouver Center, good day. Canadian Express 584, looking to pick up IFR over to Calgary. Information, Charlie.
Canadian Express 584, Vancouver, you're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure. Vectors, daybed flight plan route. Departure runway 08 left, squawk code 0741.
Canadian Express 584, cleared to Calgary. Vancouver 2 departure. Flight plan route. Vectors to Daped. 08 left.
Okay, in Vancouver Center, Thunderbird 1-4, just wanted to let you know Thunderbird 5 had to disconnect.
And Canadian Express 584, your squawk code got stepped on at the end there. Just say again the squawk code.
Squawk 0741, confirm.
That is correct. Canadian Express 584, that readback is all correct. Information in Vancouver is Charlie. Push and start at your discretion. Call me ready for the taxi.
Canadian Express 584, Wilco.
And Thunderbird 14, copy your remarks about Thunderbird 5. Hopefully he gets back on with us. And unfortunately, I can't clear you any lower right now, but I can clear you for the approach. So you're cleared to McBride for the RNAV runway 12 MIGDO transition.
Okay, we'll keep that 14,000 or clear the RNAV 12 via MIGDO, Thunderbird 14.
And Thunderbird 14 medevac, do you know if he's coming back or if it was a permanent issue?
Well, he said he paused the flight, so he's probably going to come back. He's eating right now, so.
Okay, very good. Okay, so now we got to start preparing for an arrival into Nanaimo. So let's bring up another charts page with all the Nanaimo stuff on it, because it just never ends. Oh, fun times. All right, Nanaimo. Because I know I'm roughly familiar, but I don't know like the waypoints. Like I know you can do certain approaches, but I don't know necessarily all the waypoints all the time. So there's an ILS to 16. 0706. I'll let him get leveled off and cruise. He's not going to be too far. That way, he's coming along. He's 36 miles from the destination. And yeah, what did I say? 11,900. So 12,000 is the lowest I can basically get this guy. Which he's basically going to be on the approach before he even reaches the 25.
United 572, Quest Taxi.
United 572 Vancouver, runway 08 left, information is Charlie, and the altimeter is 3012. Taxi Tango Mike 10.
Information Charlie, altimeter 30.12, taxi via Tango Mike to Mike 10, United 572.
Getting a lot of people logging in though. Vancouver to LAX now. Oh, and I can see, just looking on my other screen, I can see the Air Canada coming across the Seattle Center, so he's going to be there before too long. Good stuff, good stuff. Sometimes you just need some ATC online, and the people start coming. Still not too many inbounds. Got a lot of outbounds right now, but give it just a little bit of time here. Things will happen. Thunderbird 14 Vancouver. I got no further traffic observed reported between you and McBride. You can switch to the local frequency for advisories and give me a call. This frequency down and clear.
Roger that. We'll switch to advisory. We'll call you back on the ground, Thunderbird 14. Cheers.
And Thunderbird 14 Medevac. It is possible down there in the mountains you may not get me on voice. If you just send me a text, you'll be able to cancel that way if you can't raise me on voice.
Okay, we'll send you a text instead, Thunderbird 14.
I'm just not sure. I haven't seen the last time. I don't know the last time I saw someone go into McBride.
We were looking for like remote airports, so.
That's good. It's good. I'm just not sure if I have radio coverage to the ground there or not.
There's a bunch of mountains around, so I doubt it.
All right, so we got another one logged in here. American 1719, Seattle, that all looks good. We'll give him 08 left as well. Vancouver 2 departure. Using a 319, so that's good. And I'll assign him. Good. Just gonna give Lima Echo Charlie just a minute to kind of get himself all kind of set up there in cruise, see how he likes it, and then we'll give him some weather here. Do I have current? I don't think so because there's not a towered airport in Nanaimo. I don't think I have. No, I don't have. Golf Lima Echo Charlie Vancouver. Got information Alpha up in Nanaimo. The winds right now are showing 50 magnetic at 6 and the altimeter is 3009er. When able, advise your requested approach for Nanaimo. Or not. Whatever. Golf Lima Echo Charlie Vancouver.
I guess runway 34. There's no approach for 34, is there? Go Charlie.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie negative. There's no approach for 3-4. It is an uncontrolled airport, so operations there will be at your discretion, but I just need to clear you for an approach out of controlled airspace. And looks like it's pretty VMC right now. See, they're calling it 30 miles and few at 4,500, so you can have a visual approach if you'd like as well.
Actually, can I do the ILS to 16? Golf Lima Echo Charlie.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie, okay, not a problem at all. You can plan on the ILS to 16.
ILS 16, Golf Lima Echo Charlie.
And Golf Lima Echo Charlie, do you want me to vector you onto final, or do you want to go direct ICMUV and just do the RNAV transition onto the ILS? So many questions.
I could do the ICMUV transition. Golf Lima Echo Charlie.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie Roger, proceed direct ICMUV. Oops.
Direct ICMUV. Golf Lima Echo Charlie.
All right. He's moving. Things are happening here. It's not the most exciting day in the world, but it's definitely things are moving here. My aircan is moving eastbound. I've got another screen up here up top, and I've got a second scope up there. Oh, and I didn't even see Ped Tofu subscribed with Prime. Oh, thank you very much, Ped Tofu. I didn't even see you there. But thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the subscription. Slowly, you guys are funding my. Well, you were funding my graphics card upgrade, but I guess that's been downgraded now on my priority list because I have already agreed to purchase the mini FCU. So now mini FCU is going to be my hardware purchase, which is going to be paid for hopefully with the next time I get a payout from Twitch and YouTube. Although the payment comes due at the end of June, and I don't think I'm going to pay out this month. So there's a minimum balance, and if you don't achieve it, you don't get the payouts. And I have not achieved it most months. It's not been, and I'm not trying to complain. I mean, I'm grateful to anyone that thinks that I provide enough value to be willing to pay a monthly subscription, because I will provide this. You know, I do this because I enjoy it, and I'm happy to share information with you. But if you feel like you get value out of it, and you want to express your appreciation, I appreciate it, and basically that value all goes back into this hobby. I don't really take that money. I don't make a ton of fortune. I'm not one of these $1 million YouTubers by any stretch of the imagination. I am. Yeah, so I just take that money and I basically pour it back into the hobby. I either support either the software or the hardware developers, pretty much. The only exception to that would probably be when I support NVIDIA and some other GPU, some other graphics card manufacturer when I buy a new graphics card, because my desktop definitely needs a new graphics card. The 1060 is kind of reaching, I think it's starting to reach its end of life. It's definitely, in terms of its performance, it was great in its day. It's definitely kind of reached its end of life in terms of what it's capable of doing, and certainly with, you know, Microsoft Flight Simulator and the things you can do with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So yeah, but now the mini FCU has kind of gone further up my list. So yeah, but all the money, basically most of it, comes right back into the hobby in one way or another. You know, obviously I get quite a lot of enjoyment out of these products, but I also support the developers. I support the software developers buying scenery and aircraft and other utilities, and the hardware developers like the developers of mini FCU and you know, Honeycomb and their Bravo Quadrant and all that stuff. And there's some interesting stuff. I haven't had a chance to look at the videos, but I was just I've been keeping track of FS Expo this weekend, and there's some interesting stuff going on there. So some pretty cool announcements. Some of it's not too exciting, but some of it's pretty cool. Some of the stuff that's coming out of it's pretty cool. Yeah, people are a little bit skeptical about Honeycomb just because it's taken a long time to bring some of their products to market, and that's understandable. You know, we live in a society of such instant gratification where, like, you know, you can order something off Amazon. It could be your house the next day or the same day in some cases if you live in an urban area. Like so people are used to thinking that way, and I can get it now. I should be able to get it right now, and the whole idea of just delayed gratification and it's something that's so anathema to society today. It's a little bit funny. It's a little bit sad because anticipation is one of the best emotions, I think. You know, looking forward to something, really looking forward to something. I haven't had too much to look forward to in a while, but even small things, I look forward to them. I wonder if that's close enough here. So 20 miles back, 50 miles back. Golf Lima Echo Charlie, Vancouver, when ready, descend 2,000.
Descend 2000. Charlie, Golf Lima Echo.
Lima Echo Charlie, that descent is at your discretion. Got another one. He probably doesn't know what that means, which is fine. If he wants to go down now, that's why I try to time these descents, especially because he sounded a little bit unconfident, and that's fine. He doesn't sound totally confident in what he's doing, and that's fine. You know, everyone's learning, and you know, I'm not trying to be critical anyway. I'm just trying to sort of time his top of descent, so if he does like just do a chop and drop right now, he's not going to be cruising along at 2,000 feet for an extra length of time. And given the difference between 2,000 and 6,000, even if he was to go down to 2,000 right away, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just try and get ready here for the next guy. The next guy, this guy. What I should do is just have bloody two spaces things here open, I think. That's what I'm going to do. So spaces is the live RVR and live wind system by
Vancouver Center, American 1719 at Vancouver. We have information, Charlie. Looking to pick a byfire down to LAX.
American 1719, I'll be right back with you. Break United 572. Contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 070 at 4. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left.
McCoy when airborne, clear for takeoff 08 left, United 572.
American 1719, you're cleared to LAX via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors Seattle. Flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left. Squawk 0776.
Clear to LAX on Vancouver 2, radar vectors to Seattle. We'll depart 8 left, and 0776 will go into the box for American 1719.
American 1719, thank you. That readback is all correct. Information. Charlie is current. Pushback startup at your discretion and call me ready for taxi.
Alright, we got Charlie, and pushback is not our discretion. We'll call you ready for taxi for 1719.
All right, he should be on the ground shortly. Golf Lima, let me try that. Golf Lima Echo Charlie Vancouver. You're cleared to Nanaimo Airport, ILS runway 16, Iklimov transition.
ILS 16, ICMOV transition, Golf Lima Echo Charlie.
Roger. I'll let him just cut around the corner first before I turf him off to Unicom. And I can see that Air Canada. See, you guys can't see him because I keep having this kind of zoomed in view up here so I can see what this guy's doing up here. But there's the Air Canada 306 eastbound. He's getting there. He's getting there. He'll be out of my airspace soon. No Edmonton, but there is a Winnipeg. So I might hang on to this guy for an extra 100 miles and then do a handoff to Winnipeg that way. I wonder if I can just do something here. Let me see if I can figure out something. I can. Haha. It is roughly, yeah, from the boundary of Vancouver to the boundary of Winnipeg. It's about 200 miles. So I'll keep him till he's about 100 miles into Edmonton.
United
Turf him
572
direct to
airborne.
Winnipeg. United 572, say passing altitude.
Passing 1,000 for 7,000, United 572.
United 572, thank you very much. Identified, climb 16,000.
Claim 16,000, United 572.
As you can express, it's just about ready to taxi here.
Center Canadian Express 584, gate 18, ready for taxi 08 left with Charlie.
Canadian Express 584. Runway 08 left. The information is Charlie and the altimeter is 3012. Taxi apron at your discretion. Golf, Hotel, Mike 10.
Okay, apron my discretion, taxi via Golf Hotel and Mike 10 for Canadian Express 584.
He should be calling any time now. That was probably him. And it was. Roger, flight plan closed, alerting terminated. All right, Thunderbird 14. He's all terminated up. Good stuff, good stuff. United 572, turn right, direct Watcom. That's Hotel Uniform Hotel on course.
Right direct, Watcom, United 572.
I don't know sometimes if people know what Watcom is. So I didn't know what Watcom was till I started controlling here. I didn't have the faintest clue. I speak the truth. What do I speak the truth about? Sorry. I'm looking at so many. I got so many windows open right now. I didn't even see what. I didn't even see when you said it. So, was it about the expectation of now? And I get it. Like people, you know, and there was some comments now about FS Expo and the announcement. So, what is it? TFDI announced. TFDI announced that they were. That they were doing an early access discounted sale for the MD-11. There's still no release date. It still doesn't look completely finished. The renders look a little bit rough still that they were showing off. There he goes. He's going around the corner. Golf Lima Echo Charlie. I've got no further traffic observed reported between you and Nanaimo. You can switch to the Unicom for the arrival arrival advisories. Give me a call this frequency when you're down and clear to close the flight plan.
Roger. Golf Lima Echo Charlie.
United 572 Vancouver, continue climb flight level 280.
Continue climb flight level 280, United 572.
Yeah, and so there was a bunch of people that complained that you know, it definitely does not look like it's ready, because they also already had a pre-sale for the MD-11. They had a limited number of 1,000 pre-release sales last year, where they sold 1,000 licenses for the MD-11, the up and coming MD-11, but they you know, and now they've come to market. So, and it's funny because like the trouble is it also depends on where you get your news from. So you know, I tend to read FS Elite a lot. It's a pretty good consolidation of a lot of aviation news kind of in one place. Usually fairly concise little articles, which is kind of nice, but then they also often end up skipping some of the details. So you know, there was a number of people that made the comment on the website. You know, they don't even have a release date. You know, and if they just need more money, they should just come out right now and say it. And apparently that they did originally say it in the original release, but just when FS Elite brought out the information, they breezed through that very quickly. So, but people got kind of a little bit annoyed with it. But I mean, I do get it for people who are, you know, you're pre-buying a product. You know, you kind of have still some expectation, some hope that the product's going to come to market sooner rather than later. And I mean, you know, there's a reasonable, I think, development time frame, and of course, development gets delayed. But oftentimes, developers can be very opaque with what's happening, and I can understand it a little bit from the developer side as well. Sometimes it's hard to put you know, numbers and dates to a timeline. It's hard to nail down exactly how long it's going to take to do certain tasks. Sometimes things you think are simple take longer than you expect. You know, you have a diverse workforce, many different places. A lot of them probably, you know, are not solely working just for you as a developer, but often are probably doing it as a part-time side hustle, you know, on their evenings and weekends. So it can limit the amount of time that you have available to do it. You know, any number of things can sort of start to impinge upon the development process. You know, certainly with anything for Microsoft Flight Simulator, the constant sim updates. Every time a sim update, we got to recompile our code and look at it against the current sim update. And like, oh shoot, now this broke that, and that functionality. Like, it's a constant battle to try and keep up with all that as well. So I understand like deadlines slip, but it is important, especially if you've already started taking people's money, taking pre-orders, to be transparent with those people about what the progress is, what your target date is, what your reasonable target date is, your hope anyways. And I mean, I think it's key to kind of say like these dates are not firm, these are targets, you know, they could slip into the future, and that's fine, you know, as long as you're honest about it. I think the most important thing people want is they want...
Vancouver Center, this is WestJet 210 Heavy. Looking at park clearance to Calgary with Mission Charlie.
WestJet 210 Heavy, Vancouver, you're cleared to the Calgary airport via the Vancouver 2 departure, radar vectors, DAPED flight plan route, depart runway 08 left, and your squawk 0772.
Clear Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure, 08 left, squawk 0772 for WestJet 210 Heavy.
WestJet 210 Heavy, that read back is correct. Information Charlie's current in Vancouver, push and start at your discretion, and call me ready for taxi.
Fly ready for taxi, WestJet 210 Heavy.
All right, let's see what's going on here. So Alaska's fine. LEC is pretty much on the ground. United 572's there. Air Canada is coming from the southeast. He's going to scroll into my view here. There, that's probably the real him right there. So I'll give him a little while up here, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think transparency is one of the most important things, and the one developer that I love, because I think they do a really good job of kind of keeping things up, and then they've also I love them because they made a good game. But Coffee Stain Studios, the developers that made Satisfactory, which is probably one of my favorite games of all time, in all honesty. It's definitely my top 5, if not one of my favorite games of all time. It's just such an addictive little factory building game. But you know, they released the product in early access like 2.5 years ago, but even before they released it in early access, they had a very active YouTube channel. They released a video every Friday with at least something. They talk about something, whether it was updating a development update, you know, a preview of what's coming up in the next update. They've interviewed the developers. They've done release streams. They've talked about various things that, you know, things that are easy to hard. But they've been very Transport.
Center, Canadian Express 584, approaching Mike 10, ready 08 left.
Canadian Express 584, Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne. The wind 060 at 4, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
Cleared for takeoff, 08 left. We'll call again after departure, Express 584.
Oh, Winnipeg Center logged off. Not Winnipeg logged off. Okay, I guess I'm not going to hand this guy directly to Winnipeg anymore. Yeah, if you ever get a chance, like check out their channel. The Coffee Stain Studios does a fantastic job of kind of keeping people in the loop about what's going on. When they have development difficulties, they come out and they say it. Things did not go as well. We ran into more bugs when we were testing. They may not always be totally specific, but they kind of give you at least a sense of where they are. If things get delayed, they tell you about it. United 572 Vancouver, you're just leaving my airspace to the southeast. The Seattle Center is not online. Switch to the honored frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Over to Unicom for United 572, enjoy your stream.
Thank you, sir. Haha, somebody knows. Somebody's paying attention to my channel. Thank you. It's nice to have a little bit of traffic, though. But yeah, they're fantastic. I've really appreciated that. I haven't always watched every single video they put out, and the nice thing is they make it like short, sweet, but pretty useful. So they're usually, the videos are not usually terribly long, 5 to 10 minutes. Usually 5 is kind of on the short end. It's usually closer to the target, about 8 to 10 minutes, and that's a good update. Once a week, 8 to 10 minutes. It doesn't take away too much in the development team. I mean, they've got 2 guys that are basically dedicated more or less to their media presence. The one guy actually now has resigned to go back.
Center, Canadian Express off runway 08 left, passing 2000 for 7000. Runway heading.
Canadian Express 584 Vancouver. Thank you. You are identified. Climb 16000.
Up to 16000, Express 584.
Canadian Express 584. Proceed direct Dayped on course.
Direct Dayped on course, Express 584.
But yeah, they've always been very good about that. But yeah, the guy, the one community manager, the role is called community manager. So his name was Chase. He's a fantastic. He's got a fantastic personality. He's really a developer, and that's the thing. He said he's finally resigned from the community manager position because he got into it because he was a developer and he wanted to develop the games, and he loved the job. But he just, he wanted to kind of get back into his old passion. So, and what a fantastic community like that. So, like, just to read the comments, like everyone was like, oh, we're very happy for you. We're sad to see you go, but we're very happy for you. You do what's best for you. You do what's important to you. And it was just very sweet to see how much the community valued him, and they stood behind him when it was time for him to resign and go back to doing what he really loves to do. He was ready for it, but he got a lot of community support, but because he was such a, like I said, he was a very regular presence every week, some kind of update, and he had a very chill kind of like, poking fun at themselves kind of attitude about the whole thing. I think it speaks to kind of the attitude of the whole.
In Vancouver, American 1719, ready taxi 8 left.
American 1719, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Alpha. Correction. Sorry, it's information Delta. And the altimeter is 3011. Taxi Tango Mike 10.
Tango Mike 10 for left, and we will get Delta for 1719.
And yeah, so he was just so.
Vancouver Center, Golf Lima Echo Charlie, closing up.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie, you are down and clear at Nanaimo?
Affirm.
Golf Lima Echo Charlie, thank you very much. Your flight plan is closed. Loading service is terminated. Have yourself a good rest of the day. We'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Canadian Express 584, continue climb, flight level 280.
Continue climb, flight level 280, Express 584, thanks.
Yeah, so just fantastic the way that he related with the community, and it showed in the sadness the community had, but only because they knew he'd almost become like family. He's just there every single week.
WestJet 210 Heavy with information Charlie with attack.
WestJet 210 Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Delta, altimeter 3011. Taxi apron, your discretion. Echo, Delta, Hotel, Mike 10.
I'm sorry, can you say the taxi instructions again?
WestJet 210, taxi for 08 left via Echo Delta Hotel Mike 10.
Okay, Echo Delta Hotel Mike 10 and Fish Delta and we're 3011 for WestJet 210.
Roger.
Vancouver, lower Canada 547, descending flight level 270.
Air Canada 547 Vancouver, hello, squawk code 0703. I realized this whole time I still had the 26 approach view up there. So let's kill the 26 approach view and replace it with the 08 approach view, which is more appropriate for what we're doing right now. Air Canada 547 Vancouver, thank you very much. You're identified descending through 265, descend 12000. Vancouver altimeter is 3011, runway 08 left for arrival.
12000, 3011 on the altimeter and check dialects runway 8 left approaching, and that's 547.
All right, so he's taxiing. Stuff is coming together here, slowly but surely. And now we got no Winnipeg Center, so I had no point in keeping this guy. Air Canada 306 Heavy Vancouver, you leave my airspace to the east. Edmonton's not online, switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Yeah, comment. Thanks for the help, Air Canada 306. Have a good day.
Take care. Hey. Yeah, I've always appreciated that. And apparently a lot of developers have gone and looked at how Coffee Stain Studios have handled their community, communicated and reached out to their community, and they're one of them. They're apparently like a big model now in the development community over how to communicate with the staff. Because the other trouble, like especially with flight sim developers, and I will give them a lot of credit in this respect, they're usually very small teams for the most part. So there's usually not some person who's dedicated just to managing the community, just making videos, blog posts. Dealing with press requests, managing a whole Discord server probably, and whatever else. Most flights and developers are usually very small studios. You're talking a handful of people at most, and there's usually nobody who has enough time to sort of dedicate fully to community management, to making updates and posts and taking video stills and putting or taking whatever out there into the community. So it's
That's American 1719. We're ready to go, Mike 10.
American 1719 Vancouver. Contact me once you're airborne. Wind 090 at 5. Clear for takeoff. 08 left.
We'll contact you airborne. Clear for takeoff. 8 left. American 1719.
American Air Canada 547. Descend 8000.
Air Canada 547.
Affirmative. Air Canada 547. Descend 8000.
8,000 Canada 547.
Canadian Express 584 Heavy. Climb flight level 450.
Up to flight level 450, Canadian Express 584 Heavy.
So I get when there's not a lot of updates from these developers. It's frustrating as a user, as a customer. It's frustrating, but I think you got to keep that in mind that these are all very small studios. At the time that they take to put together a video, or even write a blog post, write a press update, a Facebook post, anything like that, is time that's taken away from the development. It's not extra time. It's not somebody's specific job. It's not somebody who only does that. It's that time to make updates comes out of the development window. So yes, I think there should be updates, but I appreciate certainly that every developer has to strike that balance and make updates as frequently as they think there's something reasonable to talk about without taking away too much time from the development process. Companies that I think do a pretty good job. I think PMDG is probably one of the better ones at doing this, and again, it comes in fits and spurts from PMDG. So I'm not going to say that they're ideal by any means. It comes in fits and spurts. They do quite frequent updates, especially when they're getting close to a release cycle. Then the updates start to come quite frequently, and there's
And Center American 1719 passing 2,100.
American 1719. Thank you very much. Identified. Climb 16,000.
Can I get the altitude again for 1719?
American 1719. Climb 16,000 and turn right, heading 120.
16,000 with the 120, or over 120 for 1719.
WestJet 210, Vancouver. Contact me once you're airborne. Wind 070 at 7. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left.
Contact you airborne, clear takeoff 08 left for WestJet 210.
120 should put him on a parallel course, more or less. A little bit converging, actually. That should be more than good enough, though. Let's just cheat and see here. Closest they're going to get is 7 miles apart. That's fine. More than good enough. Just waiting for this guy to get by, then I can give the American 1719 directly to Seattle. He's going to be fine soon. American 1719, proceed direct Seattle VOR on course.
Direct Seattle VOR 1719.
The flip side of the problem, though, too, is just the way software development happens now. Early access is such a new concept. It only really works in the era of, like, internet Steam distribution, where people can buy your game and you can distribute beta versions of it and updates to it very easily. Back in the day, you bought a game. The idea was that the game was complete. It was finished when you bought it. This whole idea of early access, it's so kind of weird and wonky. It's not a bad thing. I mean, some people would like to get their hands on a game early, even see it in its kind of rough shape, and help mold the development of that. There used to be beta test teams, of course, but it was, beta test teams were usually invite only. It was usually very kind of small scale kind of thing. It's not like now where you can have tens or even 100,000 people on an early access.
Vancouver Center, WestJet 210 Heavy, passing 2,000.
WestJet 210 Heavy, Vancouver. Thank you very much. Identified. Climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000 for WestJet 210.
Air Canada 547, descend 4,000.
Descend 4,000 to Canada 547.
American 1719, climb flight level 280.
280, 1719.
Tap 1014, all the way to Portugal. That's a long flight. Better you than me, buddy. Better you than me. WestJet 210 Heavy, proceed direct DAPED on course.
Direct DAPED on course for WestJet 210 Heavy.
Yeah, this whole idea of early access is such an unusual kind of concept. It's a relatively new construct in the software development field, where you let your end users, people who want to play the finished game, but you let them into the development process early on, and then you have somewhat finished games where the game is playable, but not all the goals are completable, or some of the things are kind of roughed in. It's a weird kind of concept, because when you're an artist, you want to put your best foot forward. Can you imagine going to the movies? Like, well, if you want to, if you want to see an early version of the new Star Wars movie, a rough cut of the new Star Wars movie, then you can buy it for like a 20% discount and see it early. But know that it's not finished. We're gonna improve upon it. We're gonna improve the post production. Like, it's such an odd thing to software has become such a weird, fluid thing, and I guess that's always the way art has been in a way. If you want to consider, software development, certainly especially gaming, it's kind of it is kind of an art form. Art has always been kind of fluid, and it's very unusual for the artists to have to say this is my finished product. Especially like people like musicians, but even writers as well, to say that I'm done and I can think of no more tweaks, no more improvements to this, because you can always look at it and say I could do better. WestJet 210, climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280 for WestJet 210.
I bet it's all about the marketing, getting people talking about the product, no such thing as bad publicity, etc. Yeah. Well, and I think that's part of it, but I think part of it too is just if you're talking about like the TFDI, then yeah, maybe. But I think a lot of it too is just like the dynamic of software has changed, and people are willing to accept early access, and the whole idea behind early access. Like, yeah, I'd like access to this product early, and I'd like to help mold it and play it early. I don't want to wait 3 years for the development process. I think it speaks a little bit to the impatience of people to see the things that they want brought forth to market, but. It's a double-edged sword, because you can end up with a product that is very much not ready, and you can sort of not like what you see, and especially from a release perspective too, and a publicity perspective, you can get very bad press if you release an early access product that is way too rough, and it's not at all really playable. People start to get their backs up, like, oh, it's just you're wasting my money and whatnot. American 1719, you're about to leave my airspace to the south. Seattle Center's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates.
Alright, go over to account for American 1719. Thanks for being on the line. We'll see you later.
Take care. Correct. And the software company can gauge to what extent the community is interested in their stuff and target the resources. Well, and that's very useful. Absolutely. That can be very useful for sure. But it's a very double-edged sword. You got to be very careful how you do it, because if the early access product is not ready, it can really kind of bite you. Air Canada 547, turn right heading 350, descend 3000.
Right 350, 3000, Canada 547.
Some early access things have been run very well, and Satisfactory again is a wonderful example of their early access was fantastic. It's worked out extremely well, and they've got lots of great feedback from the community. MSFS for one was not ready. It was a shonky beta and was only matured in the last 12 months. I tend to agree. I think that we were kind of all duped. I think it really was when it was first released. I think you're right. I think we were all duped into buying an early access version. It was very incomplete. The API barely even existed. A lot of stuff was not really ready, but they had a release date that they had to meet, and a timeline. And the pressure was probably immense. Like, that's one thing. Like, Microsoft's like, it's a big company, but like they could see this was going to be a flagship release. This is going to be something that it's the oldest franchise the company owns. So it was going to be big, no doubt about it. So they wanted to make sure that it met a reasonable timeline and got it out there before the enthusiasm settled. Air Canada 547, turn right heading 050 to intercept. Cleared the ILS, runway 08 left. WestJet 210, continue climb, flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370 for WestJet 210.
And that, I think, is exactly why we see now Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 coming out now. Is Microsoft wants to reinvigorate the brand again. They want a sequel because they want to get people talking about it again. And certainly, if you want to talk about press, they definitely got a lot of press, a lot of buzz on the internet for the first 24, 48 hours after their trailer premiered with almost no additional information, and everyone just went nuts. It's like, what does this mean for the $1,000 I spent on add-ons in the last 3.5 years? Is everything maroon? What's the deal? Like, that was very...
Vancouver Center, good evening, Air Portugal 1014. Without onboard, request clearance to Lisbon, flight level 370 as well.
Air Portugal 1014, Vancouver Center, good evening. You're cleared to Lisbon via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors booth, flight plan route, depart runway 08 left, squawk code 0715.
Clear to Lisbon via Vancouver to departure. Radar vectors to booth. Runway departure 08 left and squawk 0715. Air Portugal 1014.
Air Portugal 1014, your readback is correct. Information Delta is current. Push back and start up at your discretion. Call ready for taxi.
Push and start at my discretion and call you for taxi. Air Portugal 1014.
Air Canada 547, the winds 070 at 6, clear to land, runway 08 left.
Canadian Express 584, request.
Correction, Canadian Express 584, go ahead.
I'd like to go off comms for 5 to 8 minutes.
Canadian Express 584, that's approved. Just let me know when you're back.
Express 584, thanks.
Alaska 79er Vancouver, when ready, descend flight level 290.
My discretion 290, Alaska 79.
However, considering the $75 to $100 million cost to develop it, they probably want to see community response before sinking the next £100 million. Yeah. You may be onto something there. Certainly, they want to start to see an ROI sooner than later, and that's the thing with the software model now. We don't have to release a finished product. We could release a half-finished product, and we'll just push updates across the internet. Everything's online all the time. Every software needs to be updated. Like, you used to buy a piece of software in, and when you bought it, it was done. You got it on a CD-ROM. It was permanent. It was burned. It was done. This is the final version. Nowadays, it's like, that was the final version last week. Now we're going to push another update and another update, another update. Like it, and the thing is, like, that whole endless software update cycle. I think they should have absolutely called it early access, absolutely. But that whole software development cycle, I think it's in a way it's what am I trying to say? It's taken away from the what am I trying to say here? It's taken away from the motivation to publish a completed product, to have that, if it's buggy, we'll just update it, it's fine. Some bugs are okay. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, some bugs are going to creep in there, but don't knowingly release it with bugs. And you see this with games all the time, where development houses release games that have bugs all over them. And the one that comes to mind, Cyberpunk 2077, there was a mess when it released, and it improved, but it was a mess when it first released. And it's not the only one. And I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator was the same thing. It was like there were lots of stuff that was incomplete, lots of bugs, and they just turfed it out there anyways. Yeah, there's a big I feel like there's a big level of complacency in software development now, and maybe that's the best way to put it, where good enough. It's good enough to release. We can push an update later when we find what the bugs are, but let's just release it and get it out the door now. And depending on the nature of the software, I don't want that. I don't want half-done software. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Software houses have been releasing buggy stuff in final versions since the dawn of software. But maybe it's just me. But I feel like there's not even like there's barely even like a thinly veiled attempt to release finished software now. We'll just push an update whenever we feel like it. And I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm just cranky my old age. But I feel like software developers have kind of given it up. They're like, it's good enough. There'll be bugs in it. Some people won't be happy, whatever, and they turf it out there. But I just feel like there's the level of quality control has gone down. That early access early access is now the quality control period, and everyone's buying into the quality control period. But when you get a release like Microsoft Flight Simulator, where we were in an early access period when they first released it, we were in the early access period, but they didn't label it as such. They're like, oh, it's our final release, but we're going to do an update every month. We're going to improve the sim every single month. It's like, so what are you really doing here?
Vancouver Center, Delta 1179, flight level 360.
Delta 1179, Vancouver Center, hello. Squawk code 0766.
Squawk 0766, Delta 1179.
Air Canada 547, welcome to Vancouver. Convenient right turn off the runway. Where are you parking today?
Alpha
Delta runway, and we're expecting gate 79 regulator, Canada 547.
Air Canada 547, roger. Gate 79, taxi, let's see here. Taxi Mike 5 if you got it there, and Mike Tango.
Mike 5, Mike Tango, Air Canada 547.
Delta 1179, Vancouver Center, thank you. Identified, flight level 360, hello. Yeah, that's what bothers me. I don't mind things are delayed, things are not working out as well. I mean, delays are annoying, but stuff happens. I get that. What I don't like is yeah, being told the product's complete, being sold a complete product, a finished product that is not finished. And I think Microsoft, and I think in a way, Flight Simulator 2024 is another answer to that. It's adding in now so much more mission content, and I think again this speaks to kind of appealing to the Xboxer crowd. You guys that are watching this, you know, probably relatively could have gotten about, could have, and probably will get by without Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Whether or not you choose to go out and buy it, you know, it's completely up to you, it's personal choice. But it seems to me like it is a very mission-oriented update, so or sequel, if you will, I guess, is, or however you want to look at it. So we're going to give people more reasons, more achievements, more things to do, more missions. Get this done, get that done. You know. A lot of gamers just can't deal with the open world. It's like, I need to have things to go do in there. You know, the open world with no end game is tough on some people. Like you look at like the Sim City, the City Skylines kind of games where it's just like there's no goal. Your goal is just to build something on the screen and build it bigger and bigger and.
Request X-Air Portugal 1014.
Sorry, Air Portugal 1014. Confirm you said you're ready for taxi.
Affirmative, Air Portugal 1014.
Air Portugal 1014, runway 08 left. Information is Delta, altimeter 3011. Taxi out Papa, Mike 10.
Altimeter 3011, taxi via Papa Mike to Mike 10, Air Portugal 1014.
I hate shot equality with a passion. software
Center
quality.
Canadian Express 584 back with you.
Canadian Express 584, roger. When ready, descend flight level 290.
When ready, down to flight level 290, Express 584.
Yeah, I hate shot equality with a passion now too. And it's, you know, it's funny, like you see certain things that sort of make you go, well, yeah, but no. And the one that made me say, yeah, well, but no, again, other stuff out of FS Expo, but the one that made me say, yeah, well, but no, you know, Honeycomb announced that among the many kind of new products they're trying to launch a powered USB hub to support all your many peripherals. Because if you're a full-on, I've got to have everything Honeycomb person, you're already up to 2 peripherals at least. Your third one is on order, and your fourth one's going to be coming down the pipe before too long. And I have this problem honestly with my computer too. I couldn't figure out why I was kind of having like kind of a lousy USB connection, and I would lose things occasionally. And I realized that it was because I just had so many things plugged into my USB system. So I had the Cytec yoke, and the Cytec yoke comes with like a built-in 4-port hub. But depending on the accessories you plug into that, like there's only so much amperage you get because the Cytec yoke itself is plugged into your computer through a USB hub. So all those accessories have to be powered by the power, the amps coming out of my computer through the USB hub into my Cytec yoke, and then go out that USB hub. So there's a limit to how many things you can like. There's a practical limit to how many things you can plug in just from an energy draw perspective. So yes, so I did buy a powered USB hub. I got a new USB hub that is powered specifically to try and support these peripherals, and I took them all out of my Cytec yoke and I put them all in separately into the powered USB hub, which then plugs into the computer. And I did find that made a difference. That definitely made a difference. I used to have like periodic random USB disconnects. And hooking up all the stuff, all my flight sim peripherals now to this powered USB hub has made a difference. It definitely made a noticeable difference. So, but everyone, so it makes sense that you know, a producer of these peripherals would say, hey, yeah, you know what, people are buying lots of peripherals. They got to plug them all into their computer. You're going to run out of USB ports after a while because you've also got other stuff probably hooked up. You probably have a printer or, whatever else, your mouse and your keyboard, whatever else you might have hooked up to your computer through a USB port. Yeah, you're going to run out of USB ports eventually. So certainly with enough power to sort of get a solid signal through and into all your peripherals. So they came out and said they're going to have a powered, I think it's like 30 watts or something going into this USB hub. Specifically kind of with all their peripherals in mind. And everyone's like, oh, but they're charging $60 for it. I could buy the same thing off Amazon. I bought one last year for $20. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you did buy one off Amazon for $20. What do you think of the quality of the one you bought off Amazon for $20 though? You spend $300, $400, $500 on some of these peripherals or on multiple peripherals. Do you really want to plug them all into your $12 USB hub that probably has no protections whatsoever, no amperage protections, that sort of thing? Yeah, $60. Okay, maybe that's a little bit expensive for a 4-port hub, but at the same time, like if you're ordering it from a company like Honeycomb, that's not a fly-by-night manufacturer. They're going to be around to support their product. They're going to sell you a quality product. Yeah, it's going to probably be made in China, but it's going to be made to a better standard than your average cheap Amazon stuff. You go buy the $19 hub on Amazon, you'd be lucky if it lasts a year without breaking or possibly even melting your accessories or something like that if it puts out too much current one day. You get what you pay for. You buy the cheap hubs. Yeah, I mean, in theory, a hub shouldn't cost that much. It's pretty simple, but some of these things are not well built. Do you really want to trust your $300 peripherals to that poorly built USB hub? Yeah, exactly. Portugal's 1014 Vancouver. Contact me once you're airborne. Winds 100 at 8. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left.
Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left at Portugal 1014.
So yeah, I mean, I get that people are like, oh, I could buy it for cheaper. I'm like, yeah, you probably could buy a really cheap product for cheaper, but they're not selling you a cheap product. Honeycomb is about quality, like reasonably priced quality. Trying to, they're not selling you the cheapest of the cheap. Their products quite nicely. They use the Hall effect sensors and definitely like a higher level product. So yeah, it makes sense the USB port will be the same. Is it probably manufactured in China? Yeah, but it's going to be manufactured to a higher standard. They're going to insist on a manufacturer that's going to build a quality product. That's not just building the cheapest product. They're going to buy cheap, buy twice. Exactly. And like I said, like you're plugging in some pretty expensive peripherals into that USB hub. How much do you trust it? Do you really trust it with your $300 peripheral? I mean, I didn't spend a whole lot of money on mine, but I didn't go for the cheapest one either. I went for one that had a couple of good reviews and was a little bit more expensive, and I was willing to take that as I'll spend a little bit of money on something a little bit better because I don't want to go and have to go find a replacement for it again as well. Actually, it's ironic that powered USB hubs are actually not as easy to find as you would think. Unpowered USB hubs are a dime a dozen, but to actually get like one that's powered. With a whole number of ports in it, not necessarily, and it's not that you're looking to charge it. It's just that you want to make sure that the signal getting to your computer is strong, and trying to rely on these multiple relays. After a while, you're going to start to get signal degradation. You're not going to have enough power and signal strength to get through all these relays. Canadian Express 584 Heavy, continue descent, flight level 230.
Down to flight level 230, Express 584.
So yeah, it's like, okay, it is probably, maybe it's a little bit of a higher price than you would hope to pay for that product, but I guarantee you're going to get a much better quality product, one that's going to last probably as long as your yoke and your pedals and whatnot, your wheels. So, okay, no one's making you buy it.
Airborne passing 500, Air Portugal 1014.
Air Portugal 1014 Heavy, thank you very much. You're identified. Climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000, Air Portugal 1014.
So yeah, I mean, nobody's making you buy it. It's not like Honeycomb said, you can only use our products with this USB hub. They're just simply throwing it out there as we're going to sell you a higher quality product that goes along with the rest of our products. You don't want it? Don't buy it. No big deal. No loss, I don't think they're going to sell nearly as many of those as they sold of their Alphas and their Bravos, but they'll sell some. I'm sure there'll be some people that'll say, yeah, that sounds like a pretty reasonable bargain, and I trust that name. I trust that brand. They're going to put together a quality product. Alaska 79er Vancouver, continue descent 17,000. The Vancouver altimeter is 3011.
Can you descend down to 17,000 Alaska 580?
Canadian Express 584 Heavy, you're just leaving my airspace to the east. The Edmonton Center is not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Good day.
Switching over Unicom. Thanks for your help. Have a good one. Canadian Express 584.
Take care. Hey. It's getting a little quiet again here. Had all my departures, all my arrivals. Do I have any inbounds here? Still no inbounds too close by here. We got a couple inbounds, 2 inbounds from the south. But not too much going on now. I got an inbound to Kelowna, but none of these inbounds are anywhere close. They are, I can't even see where they are. I can't see to get the thing in here. But can't see to get the mouse to mouse over the right spot there. I can't see how far out these guys are. Alaska 79er Vancouver, you're just leaving my airspace to the southeast. Seattle's not online. Switch to the on-route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Good day.
Appreciate you, Alaska 79. Have a good day. See you all.
So, yep. Oh, I got the VFR here at Nanaimo. Cool, cool, cool. WestJet 210 Heavy Vancouver, when ready, descend flight level 290.
When ready, descend 290 for WestJet 210.
Air Portugal 1014, fly heading 060, vectors on course.
Left heading 060, Portugal 1014.
I try not to find the cheapest things. That's one of the reasons I personally I'm starting to despise Amazon. It is the marketplace for the cheapest of the cheap, and you're gonna find the cheapest quality stuff there. You'll be lucky if you get 6 months out of it most of the time. So much cheap stuff. There's a few things that maybe are okay to buy on Amazon, things like charging cords. That's about it. I can't think of too much else that I really want to spend money on Amazon. Anything that you need to have quality, like USB hubs, I wouldn't buy USB hubs off of Amazon. I'd go to a store.
Air Canada 563, I'm still nearly 100 nautical miles out of your airspace. I just want to let you know that this is a midway flight connecting to VATSIM. I just want to make sure my flight plan came through all right for you.
Air Canada 563, let me have a look here. And Air Canada 563 from San Francisco to Vancouver. Yep, I do see your flight plan there.
Okay, perfect. I'll be continuing that flight plan and I'll advise upon contact on airspace.
Perfect, thank you, Air Canada 563. Air Portugal 1014, continue climb, flight level 280.
Continue climb flight level 280, Air Portugal 1014.
Yeah, there's certain things I don't want to buy on Amazon, and basically anything that you need reasonable quality. Electronics, I wouldn't buy them from Amazon. But the only thing I'll buy, like I said, is charging cords. But I'd much rather go to a store and buy a good quality product that is stocked by a real store that you know it's actually going to be quality. Because the stuff that comes from Amazon, I've had stuff and it's just the cheapest of the cheap now. It is just a marketplace for the bottom of the barrel manufacturers of the world now, more than anything else. Air Portugal 1014 Vancouver, proceed direct 50 north, 120 west.
Proceed direct 50 north, 20 west, Air Portugal 1014. Thank you.
Alright, what time is it now? Alright. Well, it's getting a little quieter now. We got at least one guy inbound, and he is not too far away at least. Air Canada 563. Actually, he's closer than I thought. He's actually not that far away. He's going to be here actually in like an hour or so, so that's not too bad. And then I got a bunch more. Let's see here. I got 3 other inbounds, only one of whom is airborne and won't be here till midnight. Midnight Zulu. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I was planning on pulling the plug. That's an hour from now. I was planning on pulling the plug at about at 01 Zulu. And I got 2 guys departing Anchorage, Raptor 4 and Raptor 6 in the F-22, so they might be here faster. So that's my plan right now. Is I was planning to put in 2 more hours. If it really fades out to nobody being here, then I might I might give up the stream a little early because I've got other things I want to do. I would slowly work on my next Embraer video, and the thing that's really kind of held it back, for those of you guys that have watched the Embraer videos and like them, the thing that has held back the Embraer videos is animation now. I'm doing the doors module, and there's no good the aircraft model that's in MSFS, the doors open and close, but it really doesn't show too much of actually how the handles that actually operate the doors. So what I've actually done, I was trying to do it in two-dimensional animation. I just found it wasn't working, so I started actually toying with Blender, and I've actually kind of made a reasonable facsimile of the door handles in Blender that I'm going to start to animate now and put together. It's taken me a while. I didn't even understand I didn't even know anything about Blender when I started it, and that's just like I tried to do it in 2 dimensions. I just could not make it look reasonable. So I'm making a 3-dimensional model of the door handles just because they're so complicated, the stupid Embraer. That's what I've been working on. So if I get out of the stream early, I'll probably just put some time into that anyways. As it is, I'll probably at least be able to put an hour or so into it tonight. Maybe I'll have almost an animation by the end of the night, and I'll be able to start sort of stitching that into the video. I hope. It's okay if you're buying mainstream branded stuff on Amazon. I just bought a 600-pound 32-inch monitor because I could easily return it if it wasn't suitable. And that's the other problem too with Amazon now, is that the easy returns are going away. They lose so much money on return merchandise now. It's costing them like literally billions of dollars a year. That is down the tube because they refund the money, but most of the stuff does not even make it back into their stream. They'll sell it to third parties. Third parties for pennies on the dollar. They're losing billions of dollars on returns. So the idea of free returns now is starting to go away on Amazon. And even then, I found that personally, Amazon has made it very difficult in the last 2 or 3 years to return anything. They say there's a very limited return return period on products. The one example, I had a T-shirt that was stained when I got it, but I didn't receive it until 3 months after I'd ordered it. I ordered it for Christmas, and I got it in the end of February. I was almost 3 months late arriving. And when it finally arrived, it was stained. So I tried to submit a return, and they're like, "Oh, well, you received this like 2.5 months ago, so you can't return it." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't. I got it last week." "Oh no, our records show you received it 3 months ago." I'm like, "No." And they just they wouldn't even entertain it. You can't talk to a real person anymore. Wouldn't even entertain the notion. So they just, that really kind of left a very bitter taste in my mouth. It's like your suppliers are doing a terrible job here. And really, at the end of the day, they're suppliers. This whole Amazon Marketplace thing, I don't buy it. I do not buy it for a second. Amazon is a storefront like any other. If you go to Walmart, Walmart doesn't say, "Well, our supplier won't let you return this." Walmart says, "We'll take it back. If we bought it in our store within the reasonable time period, we'll take it back." But Amazon just wants to pretend like they're not the storefront, but they don't have to do anything that they don't want to do. Basically they cop out on everything. That's how the tech companies make their money. They make their money on the backs of everybody else. It's how Facebook makes their money, selling everybody's personal information. It's even how YouTube and Twitch make their money, is they make their money off of content generated by other people. So then you get companies like Reddit that piss off their user base. Oh, that is how that is where that is the source of all of your content is your user base. Nobody at Reddit actually makes content. Nobody who works for Reddit makes content. Even the moderators aren't paid. They volunteer to moderate the channel. So then you go and you piss off all the people that are providing you with the free content that you're now trying to monetize. You're trying to look at an IPO. Reddit has lost tons of potential market value now thanks to this. Thanks to this whole API thing, and I get like they have to make some money somehow, but you got to be a little bit in tune with your user base as well. Air Portugal 1014 heavy climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370 Portugal 1014.
You get Google and Facebook saying, well, we're not going to display news in Canada anymore because now you're going to make us pay for it. It's like, well, yeah, you've been just making money. You've been making money off of other people's hard work for free without paying them, compensating them anything for it. It's sad that it had to take the government to put a stop to that and say, well, actually you have to compensate these people for the material they produce. These news organizations produce material, you put it out on your website, and you collect the ad revenue on it half the time. They don't even get as much ad revenue because you're just taking it all and showing it on your website. And Google, it's Google especially is like, it's a search engine. Their whole job is to index the internet and be able to show it to you, but they don't link you to the websites anymore. Nowadays, they show you half the information on their webpage. They try to make it look like they generated the information. They didn't generate the information. They just stole the information from somebody else and made it look like they did it. And at what point now, if they cross that line, like now it's getting to the point where Google's going to start having AI responses to questions. Their AI doesn't know the answer to that question. It's just simply looking it up on the internet elsewhere and presenting it to you as their information. But it's not their information. It comes from somewhere else on the internet. Somebody else published that information. They're not getting any credit for it now because Google just says, the answer to your question is this. And it's like, at what point does, and for me, like I am conveying you this information that I have read on the internet. And that's how I have learned about this. And I've read these things. I don't necessarily always remember where I got this information from. It's not that I'm specifically trying to plagiarize somebody else. It's that I don't know where I got this information from. I don't recall that part, but so at what point does the AI become like a human being? Well, human beings have always taken knowledge from other people and learned it, maybe synthesized and analyzed and come up with some other information themselves, but a lot of their information is based on other people's information. At what point is a human being plagiarizing something? It's kind of an interesting, I hate to say it, a slippery slope, but with all this AI, it really kind of does bring some copyright and do credit questions right to the fore. At what point is information, as what point of the information that the AI has learned, is it its own information that's just regurgitating, or is it, is the information belong to the source it got it from? If it gets it from multiple sources, is it now considered general knowledge that I can pass along to everybody else? These are sort of things that, like, as human beings, we sort of had them as ideas for a long time, that you can't just copy what everybody else does, that you have to kind of come up with your own original ideas and publish your own original ideas. But your original ideas are still based on stuff you've learned and read. You've gone to school and learned various things over the years. So how much of what you convey is based on things you've learned and retained from other places? And at what point have we crossed that line where you should be crediting everything and everybody? It's a very kind of odd kind of question that we start asking ourselves now. And with AI, like, AI basically just stores reams and reams of information, and it doesn't. I don't know how much of it is really synthesizing new ideas, or if it's just sort of synthesizing reams of information and able to regurgitate a lot of those reams of information. Where do we draw the line and say, well, you didn't create that idea, you just simply copied it from somebody else? Well, did I copy it, or did I learn it? Where is that line between copying and plagiarizing versus learning and conveying an idea in a different way, perhaps, but based on somebody else's idea that I've read on the internet? Like, we live in a very weird world now. A lot of questions, copyright and things like it are changing again now. Air Canada 563 Vancouver, you still there?
Air Canada 563, just got back on frequency. I'm with you. I'm at 2000 for 10.
Air Canada 563 Vancouver, squawk code 0701.
0701, thank you.
Yeah, lots of great philosophical debates we can have now about content and creation, learning. You know, if you if you put in certain parameters into an AI to get it to generate something, is that like, are you the artist or is the AI the artist? You know, you gave it the ideas, it kind of worked off your ideas. Maybe you fine tuned the ideas a little bit. Are you the artist? Is the AI the artist? There's some really weird kind of weird gray areas we're getting into now with AI able to create art and music and things like that. Air Canada 563 identified descending through 212 now. Descend 10,000. The Vancouver altimeter 3011. Information is Delta. Runway is 08 left.
08 left. Got the QNH. We're continuing down to 10. Thank you. That's 563.
And then I got Air Canada 122, who's outbound from Vancouver. Hello. Somebody else. I got a Kelowna 8 is coming up here. Things are coming together again. Where did my ATISes just go? There they are. Must not be very busy because I have all this time to chat about all these concepts. WestJet 210 Heavy Vancouver, you're about to leave my airspace to the east. The Edmonton Center's not online. Switch to the on-route frequency. Surveillance service terminates, and have yourself a great day.
Over on-route frequency for WestJet 210 Heavy. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good day.
Take care. Lots of trouble ahead with AI, including extreme dangers. Yeah. I think the only people who have been...
Good day, this is Air Canada 122, requesting IFR clearance over Portland with information Delta.
Air Canada 122 Vancouver, good afternoon. Your strength's a little bit weak there, but I got you. If you can turn up the volume gain when you get a second, that would be appreciated. You are cleared to Portland via the Vancouver 2 departure, vectors to the Seattle VOR flight plan route. Departure runway is 08 left, and the squawk code 0707.
Cleared to Portland via the Vancouver 2 departure, vectors to Seattle VOR. Departing off 08 left, squawk 0707 for Air Canada 122.
Air Canada 122, thanks. That's a little bit better. Information in Vancouver is Delta. The readback is correct. Push and start at your discretion and call me ready for the taxi.
Roger, push at my discretion. I'll call you.
Yeah.
Air Canada 122.
The only people that I think...
Air Canada 563. Could you repeat the altimeter for me? I missed it.
Air Canada 563, altimeter Vancouver 3011.
011, thank you.
The only people I think that have taken a realistic approach with AI to date is the U.S. military. And they have set up a very strict policy that AI will not have any final decisions in terms of fatal... they basically said that AI will not have the final decision to kill anybody. At least they will not be the only link in the chain when AI is being applied. That there will always be at least at this stage there will always be a human operator in the chain that is approving those decisions. Terminator 2 was a documentary. It raised some interesting points that are so poignant now more than ever. But yeah, the U.S. military, yeah, they've said that they will not put AI as making sole life or death command decisions at this juncture. That they may use it to their advantage to certainly offer up and evaluate options and make recommendations as to a course of action, but they will not allow it to be the final authority on any life or death activities at this point, which is, I think, is one of the only really truly healthy attitudes I've heard to AI thus far. There are a lot of risks when you start introducing a new intelligence, one that can grow very quickly, exponentially. They say that now, but well, exactly. But again, they're the only ones that have even come forward and at least come up with a reasonable policy and said, at least this will be the policy for now. They may change it in the future, and I'm not going to pretend that they won't potentially change it in the future. But that is, they are setting up their systems at this point that the AI will not have direct access to all the final decisions. That there will always be human operated. That the AI cannot approve an action, a life or death action, without an AI or without a human approval as well. And just the fact that they're putting the human in the loop and keeping the human in the loop is so important at this point, because the AI is still it's still in its infancy. It's an infant. It's a baby. You wouldn't want to give the way the AIs are right now. You wouldn't want to give them control of anything of any serious nature at this point, because just there's too many risk factors. There's too much stuff that can go badly wrong, and it's like a petulant child at this point. So it'll just make up stuff. If it doesn't know stuff, or if it's not sure, it may just make up something and just try to sound authoritative. And it could be just completely bull plop, just coming out the other end. But it'll certainly sound authoritative. I know there was a judge somewhere in the U.S. that called out an attorney who had an AI computer write a legal brief for him, and the judge called it out and said your brief is completely fraudulent. It's completely just made up, fictional. You're trying to justify it, and he chastised the lawyer very, very harshly in open court. It's like, you can't just unleash this tool and just pretend that without any kind of like secondary check on it that it was correct. And they said that, and I know that there's certain areas in the U.S. that have already said, like, they will not allow any kind of legal documents that have been prepared by AI that were not subsequently checked over by a human. Maybe you can use it to find some information, generate some information, but a human being's got to be in the loop to verify that the information that's coming up with is correct. Maybe it comes up with some weird, obscure reference that you didn't know about. Great. But a human has to be in there to double check that reference and say, oh, that is actually correct. Otherwise, anything generated by AI is going to be completely inadmissible in court, which is fine by me, because I think we've seen, like, it makes up stuff and can't be trusted at this point. Air Canada 563, continue to send 8,000.
We'll continue 8,000, 563.
So it's like a baby. It's barely even a toddler. It can communicate, but it certainly has no moral compass. It doesn't even necessarily know right from wrong, true from false. It's just
563. Am I 8,000 after Kate go, or am I going past constraint here?
Air Canada 563. Yeah, you can follow the constraints on the arrival, please.
Clear. I'll descend 8,000 at Tycho.
Yeah, and that's the U.S. military is one of the few that seems to have a very reasonable policy towards AI. Everybody else is just sort of like enamored with it, not sure what to do. A lot of the executives are like, "Oh, the government has to regulate this," but.
Vancouver Center, Canada 122, ready for taxi. Runway 08 left. Information Delta.
Air Canada 122, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Delta, and the altimeter is 3011. Let's see here. Taxi Juliet Mike 10.
Juliet Mike 10. Copy on altimeter 3011 for Air Canada 122.
Yeah, I certainly worry, and AI is being given more and more control and the ability to evaluate things and make decisions and important decisions, whether it be, it may not be necessarily directly life or death decisions, but like, have I seen Black Mirror? Oh, I love that show. I have not seen any of the new season. I think it's season 6 is the new season, or season 5, whatever the new season just came out like last week. I haven't seen any of it yet. I was actually going to watch one of them tonight before bed. I haven't seen any of those, so don't tell me anything that happens in that new season. But yes, I absolutely love Black Mirror, and it's so poignant. It's so relevant. The other one that I was kind of thinking about, and I think, and it's not nearly as it's obviously complete fiction, but one that I think kind of takes on a bit of a funny new relevance nowadays as we're dealing with this with the intelligent machines. And I really got to get my kids to watch this someday soon. As I want to watch The Matrix with my kids. I can't wait for that. I can't wait for them for that moment when they suddenly realize that everything is a lie. We're all living in a simulation. I can't wait for that moment, and I've been waiting for years to watch that movie with my kids. But it's another movie that sort of seems to have a very kind of timely relevance right now as we're talking about like what is the potential of AI. And I mean, I don't know that necessarily it's going to turn evil, but like the second you have this intelligence and you say, okay, so solve, if you were to tell AI to solve climate problems, you know what AI solution would be to solve climate problems? Kill all the humans. Kill all the humans. No more people driving cars around. We're not burning energy to heat our homes or drive our cars around. All of a sudden, the amount of energy consumption on the planet goes to almost nil. You want to solve the climate problem? The first thing you do is get rid of humans. 100%, and I can see someone doing that. I can see, that's the kind of perverse logic. I mean, it's not necessarily that's a perverse logic. It's a very sound logic. Humans are the source of so many emissions that are causing climate change. So, the most poignant one for me is the one where the robot dog tries to kill the people who are going out to try and buy a toy. Yeah. Oh, there's so many good episodes of Black Mirror. I can't even begin to. I haven't actually. I was going to go and watch them all through again now because I haven't seen them in quite a long time. And even when you get over the shock value, they're still fantastic. Air Canada 122 Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 120 at 7, clear for takeoff, 08 left.
Clear for takeoff, 08 left. We'll contact you when airborne for Air Canada 122.
Such a fantastic show, and the thing that I love about it is that it's just how plausible it is. It's at first it seems like it's a crazy out there show. It's like, oh my god, it's so out in left field, and you start actually watching it, you're like, it's like you watch the adverts for it and you think it's way out in left field, but then you watch it and you're like, the thing about it that is the spookiest is that like it's not out there. This is not like 100 or 200 or 300 years in the future. This is like this could happen like 2 weeks or 2 months in the future. Like it's so close to now. It just takes the trends that we have right now and it just pushes them just a little bit to the extreme. Like if what would happen if we really kind of reach an extreme from here? But it's not that far out from where we are right now, and that's the thing I think that makes it so compelling. It's like, oh, it really is such a fantastic commentary on where we are right now in society and what the true risks are. Air Canada 563 to send 4,000.
4,563.
Oh, yeah. There's a new season that just came out on Netflix. It's just last week, and I've like, for me, it's one of those few shows.
122 passing by 1,300.
Air Canada 122 Vancouver. Thank you very much. Identified. Climb 16,000. I'll have a turn for you in shortly.
16,000 Air Canada 122.
It is one of the few shows that like. I will mute my phone. I will make sure I'm in a dark room, no distractions. I just want to absorb it to its maximum. I just want to. It's not a show that I will watch on a whim. It's a show that I will plan. I will have a time to watch, and I just want to be able to I just want to watch it with no distractions whatsoever and be able to focus and really just try and take in as much detail from it because it's just so fantastically crafted, and you don't half the time you don't even see what's happening. You spend the first 45 minutes of an episode just trying to figure out like, what is the quirk, what is the give in this world, what's wrong with this world, the weird little quirk in this world that's different from normal. And sometimes it's kind of a little bit obvious as you kind of get into it, and sometimes you just sort of you're almost at the end before you finally realize, oh, that's what's going on. Air Canada 122 direct Seattle on course.
Direct Seattle on course, Air Canada 122.
Oh, absolutely too. A bit sordid and disturbing. There was one episode that I had to turn off. That I couldn't watch I had to turn it off and stop it, and I couldn't go back to it for. I don't remember if I'd been watching it the same night or if I had to wait like a day to come back to it. It was so bad. A little bit of shock value, though. It was. I can't even think which one it was. It was the one that was narrated by Penn Jillette, and he was telling a story, and it was so sickening, this story, but it was not totally unreal. And that's probably the scariest part of the whole thing. Is like, is that like, this is not far out there. It's like this could happen. This is something. It's not totally unrealistic. Yeah, there was one episode I had to shut it off. I think it was like the season. I think it was like the finale of like season 4. I had to shut it off, and I couldn't go back and watch it for a long period of time. I don't remember if it was the same night, like an hour or so later, or if it was even like a subsequent evening. But I wouldn't watch it. But yeah, I'm gonna watch it tonight. I'm gonna watch an episode tonight because it's just you just want to just take it in, then you just want to just have time to think about it afterwards too. Like you just want to watch it, and then like afterwards, you just want to sit there and just like contemplate it for like half an hour, or maybe phone up somebody, be like, "Holy crap, did you see what?" Oh, it's such a good show. We'll have to talk about it on the next stream. We'll watch an episode. We'll talk about it on the next stream. And if you haven't seen it yet, plug your ears. Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! I haven't seen any of them yet. I don't, but oh, it's such a fantastic series. Air Canada 563, turn right heading 350 to send 3000.
Repeat, Air Canada 563.
Air Canada 563, turn right heading 350 to send 3000.
350 at 3000, thank you.
Too much gratuitous sex in it? Maybe there wasn't a few episodes here and there. I don't know. I didn't feel like it necessarily took away from it. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just tuned out more. Air Canada 122, climb flight level 280.
280, Air Canada 122.
That could just be me. But yeah, I still, it's some of the best television of the last 20 years even. Some of the best television I think I've ever seen, honestly. It's such a fantastic commentary on modern society. You can't even begin. Yeah, if anybody's watching that has never seen Black Mirror, go watch an episode of it on Netflix now. I think by default, if you've never seen it, it starts with the season premiere of season 3, because there were 2 seasons before Netflix bought the rights to it, and then Netflix produced all the subsequent seasons after from season 3 onwards. And yeah, so by default, it'll offer you the start of season 3. I don't think it's on anywhere else. Air Canada 563, turn right heading 050 to intercept, clear the ILS 08 left.
050, and we'll capture localizer, 563.
But it was on something else before Netflix. So season 1 and 2 were produced by somebody for a different network. I'm not sure who it was. If it was might have been the BBC, honestly. Now I'm going to look it up because I'm curious. How fast can I look this up here? Let's see here. Production. Yeah, it was the first pitch was to the head of comedy at Channel 4. Yeah, the first season, this first 2 seasons were produced for Channel 4, and then Netflix got the rights to it. The Brits have good taste in TV. There may not be too many channels, but they know how to recognize good TV when they see it coming. Yeah, so I think if you watch it on Netflix, seasons 1 and 2 are on Netflix, but by default, I think it takes you to season 3. And I will say, I will caution anyone who's watching this and is thinking about watching it, don't start. I would probably say don't start with season 1, episode 1. It is probably one of the most shocking episodes you'll ever see of television, honestly. And that was one where I had a hard time getting through that one as well. Again, it made some fantastic points, and I think it partly went for the shock value in that they wanted to just be so completely shocking that people couldn't deal with it, but it created buzz too. No such thing as bad press. I think that's part of what they were going for. It's just such shock value. So the thing is, if you kind of watch that, and you think that's going to be the whole be all and end all of Black Mirror, it could very much turn you off the series. So that's why I generally tell people don't start with season 1, episode 1, because it's one of the most shocking things you'll ever see on television. It's a fantastic premise, and again, it's something that's it could happen. It could totally happen. And that's probably the thing that makes it the most shocking. Air Canada 122, leave my airspace to the south. Seattle Center's not online. Switch to the honor frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Roger, thank you for that wonderful agency. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Take care. Air Canada 563, Vancouver winds 110 at 8. Clear to land. Runway 08 left.
Woodlands, 08 left, Air Canada 563.
So yeah, don't start. I'll say that to anybody. Don't start season 1, episode 1. I think season 3, episode 1 is a great episode. It's not nearly as shocking. It still is.
Vancouver Center, contract 2-1 Golf, request radio check, please.
Contract 2-1 Golf, Vancouver. I read you 5.
And Center 2-1 Golf, question.
Go ahead.
How long does Center plan to be online, and Alaska as well, preferably?
I can't speak to Anchorage myself, but for myself, I was planning on logging off in about an hour and 40 minutes at 01 Zulu, as long as the traffic level stays up there.
Sounds good. I'll check in with Alaska and call you back shortly. 2-1 Golf.
Yeah, send him a quick poke. I don't know, for him, but to be honest, for him.
Yeah, no sweat. 2-1 Golf.
Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, start with season 3, episode 1. It's a very good episode. It's not nearly as shocking. It still does make some absolutely fantastic social commentary, and I think it's a fantastic episode. But it's not nearly as shocking as season 1, episode 1. I think that was one of the ones that I also almost had to turn off. It was almost too shocking. But I think that was what they were going for. They were going for the shock value. Yes, I guess season 6 is the new season. Is there an episode list anywhere? Because I just want to make sure I'm giving the right season, the right episodes here. List of Black Mirror episodes. There we are. Yeah, season 1, episode 1. Yeah, the other one that I really like. I think it makes some absolutely fantastic. Again, some absolutely fantastic social commentary. Season 1, episode 3, the entire history of you, is one of the other fantastic ones. I love that one. I think it's really good. And then season 3, episode 1, Nosedive. That's right. Yeah, that one is also good. Some of them, yeah, they are a little bit disturbing, and you just try and figure out what they're doing through them. It's weird. They're weird, but in a good way. Yeah. Season 4, episode 6. I think that was the one. Was that the one? Trying to figure out which one it was. Yeah, there was one that had Penn telling a story, and it was so disturbing. I couldn't even. Can't find it, but yeah, I couldn't even deal with it. I had to turn it off, and I don't usually have to turn off much television. I turn it off if I don't like something, but I usually don't have to turn off television because I'm disgusted by something. But I had to turn that one off. It was so bad. All right. Air Canada 563. Welcome to Vancouver. Where are you parking today?
Stand by. I'm gonna just get the airplane cleaned up. Let you know in a minute here. I'm on my way.
Roger. Fortunately, I'm starting to lose my traffic now. Starting to lose my interest.
Alright, Air Canada 563, right, gate 30 today on April 6th.
Air Canada 563, gate 30, taxi Mike Juliet.
Taxi via Mike Juliet, Air Canada 563, thanks.
I don't think that's technically correct for transporter arrival, but I'm not going to worry about too much. Air Portugal 1014, you're leaving my airspace to the east. Edmonton is offline. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Bye-bye, Portugal 1014.
Yeah. There are some really fantastic episodes. All the stories are good. There's some that are better than others. There was one in season 3 called San Junipero, which was one of the, I think it was also one of the best ones ever written. Yeah. It's San Junipero was such a fantastic episode, and I believe it won a bunch of Emmys. It was such a good story, and the nice thing about San Junipero too is it was such a happy episode. It was such an odd contrast to all the rest of Black Mirror, because it generally is a very dark show. It has it seems to give a very pessimistic outlook on society in a lot of cases. You know, a lot of these trends that it kind of capitalizes on and tries to draw onwards on are you know, it draws on the negative potential impacts of these trends if we leave them unchecked. So it's a very hard it's a very hard show to watch, I think, in a lot of volume too. You really have to kind of pace yourself. You don't want to overwhelm yourself with bad with so much kind of bad news and kind of bad outlook for society. And it's like, it doesn't all have to be bad. It definitely doesn't. But you know, if you were to just watch this series, you think, oh, society's completely doomed. Yeah. And I've even forgotten about some of the episodes. It's been so long since I've seen them, but yeah. They don't make a lot of episodes, but they're the production quality is super high on all of them. You get new actors in most of them. They very rarely to get repeat actors, so it's a very good show. If you've never seen it, go out and watch it on Netflix. Some of them are pretty intense. Some of the episodes are pretty intense, but my wife watched a little bit of one, and she just couldn't keep on watching it. She's like, it's just too intense, and you know, she likes television to be an escape from reality. And sometimes, you know, when you see something that is trying to be a commentary on reality, and especially a kind of I won't say a dark commentary, but yeah, like a bit of a pessimistic commentary on reality, you're like, you know, it's not what you want to see in your downtime. So I get that, but yeah. Then I did make her watch the San Junipero episode, just because I thought there is a really well written but like a fairly uplifting episode overall. Like there is some sadness to it, but it's not got the dark edge that a lot of them have, which is nice. Sometimes it's good to see that they can kind of have that that variety in their scripting, in their episodes. Yes, a lot of trends are kind of dark, but there are some interesting technology trends that maybe might have some good happy implications in the future. Not everything in this world is turning to darkness. A lot of things are, but not everything. Hey, I got an inbound to Kelowna, looking good. All right, I got my guys airborne out of Anchorage there, so let's see here. They're showing arrival. Yeah, they must be moving at a pretty good pace, because they're showing arrival in Vancouver in like 40 minutes. One guy departing Toronto. Well, I'm not going to be here when he's done. And the guy from San Francisco arrived. This guy from departed San Francisco, ETA 001. So we got a couple of arrivals in the next little while. I might take just a just a 2 or 3 minute. Yeah, Hayden, you got to go. Well, it's nice to chat with you. This is great talk, and yeah, go watch some Black Mirror. We'll talk about.
Okay, Canada 563, radar and communication services terminated. Thank you so much for the ATC. Have a great night.
Canada 563, thank you so much for flying in. We'll talk to you next time. Yeah, I'm going to take like a short little 5-minute break here just because I need a little facility break. Maybe just munch a little something there. But yeah, I will. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. There's not too much going on right now. I guess I'm not going to. Anchorage said they're leaving, so I'm not going to bother to hand this guy to Anchorage. So yeah, hopefully nobody calls me on the next couple minutes here. But I'm just going to step away for just about just 3 or 4 or 5 minutes here. Might grab a little something to eat, and otherwise, yeah. Hopefully we'll get some of this traffic coming in here in the next 15-20 minutes. So yeah, stick with me, guys. I'm just gonna step away for 5 minutes for a little break here. So be right back with you in just a couple minutes. All right, back with you guys. Sorry about that. Just had to have a quick little snack break and a little facility break, but we're all good now for probably about 1.5 more hours. And Tom and GT, hello, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you again. It's a little bit quiet right now. I'll be honest. I've got one airplane left, and I'm just about to get rid of them. Looks like Anchorage is closing. He sent out a message that he was closing in 5. Delta 1179 Vancouver. Unfortunately, Anchorage is shutting down now, so you can switch to the on-route frequency. Surveillance service terminates, and have yourself a good rest of the day.
Did you say Anchorage is closing?
Yeah, Delta 1179. Unfortunately, yeah, he's just about on his way out. So switch to on-route frequency. Surveillance service terminates.
Got it. Over. Okay, the Unicom, Delta 1179. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's a little bit quiet right now. It was busier earlier. I got on. It was funny because I got on at the tail end of a little rush, but then I created a little rush. There was a lot of just the fact that I was online started to get a whole bunch of people had logged on. So I had a good rush of probably about 8 departures or so. It wasn't like a huge rush. It was enough to kind of keep me busy. I had a guy going out of Prince George. I had a guy from Victoria to Nanaimo. I had a few good things here and there. We do have a bit of a rush coming up here, so we're going to have a bunch of arrivals in about 20 minutes or so here. We'll probably start talking in about 10 minutes here. So we got a WestJet coming from the east going into Kelowna. We got 2 F-22s that are coming down from Anchorage that they're doing the flight from Anchorage down to Vancouver in like about an hour here. So they're going to be entering our airspace probably about 20 minutes. We got another guy up from the south in about 20 minutes. So we got a few things happening here. So yes, right now there's nobody. It's Deadsville right now, but in about 5 or 10 minutes we're going to hopefully get some people here. So in the meantime, if you want to talk about anything else, yeah, we should start getting some ATC hopefully soon. My wife just sent me a picture of my daughter's room actually clean for once. Let's see here. What was I looking for? I was going to see if there's any other new updates on the on FS Expo. FS Expo is going on in Houston right now, so there have been some interesting announcements. Honeycomb announced some good stuff. P3D version 6 official announcement trailer. So P3D version 6 apparently is coming out in just a few weeks' time. There you go. There's some interesting news. Live blog. Anything interesting happening in the live blog here? There was an interview with Parallel 42. INA builds have unveiled their A300-600. Navigraph did a presentation earlier today, or was it yesterday even, talking about their latest updates. There's been some interesting news. Nothing like, I wouldn't say anything too earth-shattering. I think P3D, the trouble with P3D version 6 is, again, it's so many people are not in P3D, so I'm curious to know like what features are they going to sell in P3D 6, because like without a big scenery overhaul, excuse me, it's not a platform that I see having a whole lot of use anyways. I mean, it's got lots of good things to it, but yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator just sort of left it in its dust with the scenery. But lighting and shadows more realistic, new atmospheric model, streamlined update process expected to result in significant time and bandwidth savings, and an increased focus on airports, including higher detail lighting models, surfaces, and objects in response to feedback. So yeah, iterative changes. It doesn't sound like anything too groundbreaking. Lighting improvements might be the biggest thing. So, yeah, not the biggest announcement in the world, but definitely something worth talking about. But yeah, some of the stuff that I haven't looked at the video, or any of the pictures, but Honeycomb introduced a whole bunch of new products. They've announced that they're changing their alpha product. They're going to sell their own flat kits now as well. There's been ones you could buy on Etsy for a little while now, but now they're going to sell their own kits as well. So it's something to be said for buying a higher quality product from the original manufacturer. Yeah, FlightSim USB hub, 6 USB-A slots, and a 30-watt power supply. Ships at $50 US. And designed and tested specifically to support the data and power requirements for FlightSim equipment. So that's pretty awesome. The one thing that they introduced, that they're also introducing a chair, specifically kind of aimed at flight simmers with locking wheels, so that your chair doesn't slide back when you try to use the rudder on takeoff, which is great. I mean, it's a great idea, but I mean, any decent gaming chair probably has locking wheels as well. You don't necessarily need that. And the one thing they said they were going to try and do is they're going to try and give it like an airliner seat feel. And then the one comment somebody wrote was, I've sat in real airliner pilot seats before. I don't want to simulate that. A lot of them are not very comfortable. Some of them are not bad, but some of them are not very comfortable. It's hard to get a comfortable position, so it's funny that they would use that as a selling feature. Yeah. Tom GT said, enjoyed P3D for a number of years, flown out for the first time in a long time 2 days ago on the 7.4. Really shows its age compared to MSFS. And I have to agree 100%. Like, I still have it installed on my system. I think I talked about this like 1 or 2 streams ago, but I still have it installed on my system on that off chance that I want to fly the 7.4 and I don't want to fly the default MSFS 7.4. I want like the realistic 7.4. Or the other one that I keep it on there for, because every once in a while I get a hankering to fly it, is the Dash 8. Every once in a while I get that urge to fly the Dash 8. And that's the other one that you can't get in MSFS. You can get the ATR, but yeah, the Dash 8 is the other one that kind of gets me in there. Yeah, I would like to go as well. I don't have the money to go right now, but I would love to go to FS Expo one of these years. Yeah. If it comes close to the East Coast, I might think about it. I mean, the airfare is not really a problem. It's more finding a hotel room. That's the deal, and the money to pay for a hotel room. That's the deal I have. But I would love to go one of these years too. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Meet a lot of people that you've only seen names and heard voices, but never really seen them in person. So it'd be kind of nice to just sort of become a part of the community in that sense. But yeah, it's not something that definitely was not in the cards this year. Maybe next year. But yeah, I still have P3D on my computer, but it's for those things, for the Majestic Dash, for the 7.4. And even then, like I said, like I'm same as you. Like I've probably taken out like 2 or 3 times in the last year, if that. I can't think of the last time honestly offhand that I flew it, but it's been a while. But I had a hankering to fly it one day. I had a hankering to fly the 7.4, and it's the only way to really get a good 7.4 is to go to P3D. But then the thing is that I'll fly it once, and I'll look at the scenery, and it'll turn me off so much that I won't fly it again for 6 or 9 months. I'll be like, I need the eye candy back. I need it. Gotta have it. So yeah, it's kind of yeah. I see the winds of Kelowna have come around now. I see. Yeah, I'd like to meet my fellow VA staff members, fly virtual. Yeah, and yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Like, I'd like to meet some of my fellow VATSIM controllers as well. Like, we used to, every once in a while, we used to have a VATSIM. We used to have like a live event on VATSIM where we would actually meet and control live from some central location. We'd rent a boardroom or something like that, and have a meeting that way. And you divide it by for one evening. You divide it by 8, 10, 12, 15 guys who want to get together. A boardroom's not much. It might work out like 40 or $50 per person. It's not cheap by any means. It's not something you necessarily would want to do very often, but it's such a nice way to kind of meet everybody and control, like, and have one room. So you'd have like everybody sort of sitting around a boardroom with their own computer. You bring your own computer. We've done it twice that I participated in different hotels, but rent a boardroom for an evening and just go and yeah, it's kind of nice to meet people in person and be able to control, and like when things are, when it's getting busy and you really want to encourage the traffic and have a nice big of planned event and encourage the traffic, and you kind of lean over to the guys and you talk about things directly, not through TeamSpeak, not just through a headset, but you're actually just like looking over in the guy, hey, the guy turning finals text only, or the guy, the guy who's about to depart, I don't think he understands the SID, so just keep an eye on him. He might blow the SID, or give that guy departing a departure heading. Turn him for me, please. That sort of thing. Like, just so neat. Yeah, that's so neat, and like you're sitting around and you're joking around, like whatever. The other thing too is like it's even more social that way too. Like when it's busy and it's nice, like you can see more so than TeamSpeak. You can see when people are busy. You don't distract them when they're busy, but when the guy just sort of leans back in the chair and like not much is going on, you just sort of turn around and like, so what else is new? Talk about life, talk about whatever. You get that nice social aspect. You sit around, you have some pizza, have a couple of beers, whatever. The second time that I did it, the last time I did it, I brought two computers. I brought my laptop to control on, but then I also brought my desktop, and I ran Flight Sim on my desktop, and I put up Tower View, and we had like a big, like, I don't know, like a 60-inch TV at the one end of the conference room. So I plugged my computer into that just with a Tower View, and so everyone's sort of sitting there glancing up every once in a while at the Tower View and watching the airplanes take off and land on Tower View together as a group. And then I just remember the funniest thing was the one airplane that was on final. He's on final, and we're just it was pretty quiet, so we're all kind of sitting there looking up and watching it. And then all of a sudden he's on final, and you just start to see him do this like at about 50 feet, and everyone in the room was I was like, oh, watch this, and everyone's like, oh, and then he just vanished off the network. Everyone's like, oh, just 12 guys sitting in a room, just like, oh. It was quite something to watch. It was hilarious. But yeah, we haven't done that since pre-COVID. That was probably, it was at least 2018 when we did that, if not even earlier. It was a while ago. I would like to participate in that event again. And the trouble is, like, it's a hard thing to arrange, just to get like a schedule that works for everybody. And like we are,
Vancouver Center Raptor 6, how do you read?
Raptor 6, Vancouver Center, I read you 5. How do you read me?
Alright, Raptor 6, we are about 30 miles northwest of Annette Island, reporting in at flight level 590.
Raptor 6, Vancouver, squawk at end. You don't see a lot of people at 590. Raptor 6, Vancouver, thank you very much. You're identified flight level 590. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do because it's hard to get everybody into one place. First of all, schedule-wise, it's challenging, and then also just from a perspective of just travel-wise too. Like generally the members of VATSIM are scattered all around the world, and across, you get a handful of locals. Usually, like my home FIR is Toronto, so you'll have a handful of people that kind of live in Toronto probably, or in the immediate Toronto vicinity. But then everyone else sort of lives scattered all around the country. So trying to find a way to get everybody into one place and at the same time, it's not easy. At the end, everybody's got to pay their own expenses. Yeah, definitely not easy. But so much fun when you can make it work, when you can make it happen, and it has happened a couple of times successfully. So I'm hoping that we get a chance to do it again sometime in the future. Right now, there's and the trouble with VATSIM too is it wanes. It waxes and it wanes. It comes and it goes. You get a period of time where like there's a ton of people on all the time. They're on like almost every night. The camaraderie is really close, and you tend to want to do it. And right now, I feel like Toronto is on a bit of a wax. Like there's a fair amount of coverage and there's people, but I don't sense that the camaraderie is quite there to the point that people are going to be online as much as would kind of need to be to sort of support the whole thing. So and maybe that's a misperception on my part, but I feel like we don't have quite enough people to really kind of where you'd be able to pull a big enough group together. The last time we did it, we did a live relapse. So we did a 24-hour live relapse. So we had 24 hours of control in Toronto. I think we started at like 6 a.m. one morning, and it went all the way to like 6 a.m. the following morning. We had live relapse control. So we had real ops too. So we had like a slot system where we basically took a snapshot of a day in Toronto and had all these bookings and people booked, various flights to conform to that, and they didn't have to. I mean, you could fly in anyways, but it was just the idea was to kind of have this realistic balance of flights and try to have realistic surges in flights. And then then you had to have overnight coverage too. So we had to have enough guys that we could say for that one to do 24-hour coverage. That's a tough one because to find enough people that can do the night shift as well. Either you find some night owls, people who don't mind staying up late, or perhaps even staying up all night, or you try to find people who work your FIR but are located on another side of the planet where it's not staying up all night for them. So the 24-hour thing is a hard thing to do, but we managed to do it. It was a very successful event, but I can't even remember when this was. It had to be at least 2018, if not even longer ago. It was a long time ago. It was tons of fun though. Both times I've done it, it was tons of fun getting together with people, even just for 3 or 4 hours. Both times I was there. The first time I was only there for like 3 hours. The second time I think I had to pull like a 6-hour shift or something in the evening. I headed over in the evening, but the guys have been there like all day hanging out in this room. It's a lot of commitment, but totally so much fun. Something I would love to see us do again. Trying to find a space and trying to get enough commitment from enough people to make renting the space worthwhile. That's kind of the other challenge to it. You have to have enough guys to make it worthwhile.
Vancouver Center, Rep 4 checking in with you. Flight level 590.
Raptor 4, Vancouver Center. Good evening. Squawking it. Raptor 4, thank you very much. You're identified flight level 590.
Roger, Raptor 4.
Correlate you. There we go. Now we got him. These guys are both inbound to Vancouver, huh? All right. Raptor 6, Vancouver. The information in Vancouver is Echo. Runway 08 left for arrivals.
Roger, we have Echo, and could we do the RNAV 08 right for Raptor 6?
Raptor 6, yep, we can, you can plan on that. Plan the RNAV for runway 08 right.
Roger that, thanks. We'll plan the RNAV 08 right for Raptor 6.
Yeah, when you can pull it off, it's a tough thing. You got to have at least 1 or 2 people who are very committed to it that can kind of work out the logistics and pick a day. Make sure there's a day where like a bunch of people can attend. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure if there's enough people in the Toronto area because I know lately it's a lot of people scattered across a long distance. I know like last time we did it, there was definitely a couple people that drove up from Windsor, a couple people that flew in for it. And then there was a bunch of Toronto locals. And by Toronto locals, I mean anyone within like a 2-hour drive of Toronto, pretty much. There was definitely a few people. But yeah, you got to have at least a couple of like really committed people who are able to put the time into planning it, and that's I think that's kind of part of what's lacking right now. And just I wonder if there's the commitment and the general, not the consensus, but just like if there's enough people who are willing to do it or are willing to make the trip and find it. If you can find a day and can try and get the day off work and make a trip to Toronto for it. It's not an easy thing to do. A lot of places have never even done it because it's just Toronto's a relatively busy FIR with usually a fair amount of staff, a fair amount of people on staff that they can you can find enough people out of that staff to make it worth doing. You get a lot of the smaller divisions where there's only a dozen or 2 dozen controllers, and the odds of you getting even a half dozen controllers, 50% of the controllers into the same room at the same time can be pretty challenging. So it looks like we got some people logged on here. Got a Condor.
Vancouver Center, it's it's Condor 758 in Vancouver with information Echo looking for IFR to Winnipeg.
Condor 758, Vancouver, good evening. You're cleared to Winnipeg via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors ALNOD, flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left, squawk 0742.
Okay, so that'll be the Vancouver departure, then to ALNOD, departing runway will be 08 left, And the squawk is 0742.
Condor 758, that readback is correct. Information echo is current in Vancouver. Push and start at your discretion. Call ready for taxi. Oh, here comes a
This will
bunch
start
of
my
people.
discretion and call for taxi for Condor 758.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of patience, I guess. Here comes a bunch of people all at the same time. 08 left on the Vancouver 2. And then ASC. I don't even know what ASC is. Doesn't have a call sign there, so I'll just have to listen carefully when he calls up. Going up to PASI. Okay, 08 left. Vancouver 2. All right, things are happening. We're starting to get some arrivals in here. It's going to be another hectic little hour here. So basically, I got about 1 hour left. I'm going to stay on for about 1 more hour. I'm going to pull the plug at around 01 Zulu. So if anybody's thinking of hopping on, Tom at GT, I'm looking in your direction. No, you don't have to. But if you want to, either of these guys, no. Oh, yeah, there you are. Cargo jet. I see you. If anybody else is watching and thinking about it, it's about 1 more hour. So I was almost starting to contemplate getting off just because it was starting to get pretty quiet. But now we got a couple of arrivals here. We got some departures hopping in there. I'll stick with it for the last hour for sure. Then it's one of those things though. Like what's the point of me being here and controlling streaming if nothing is happening?
Vancouver Center, contract 21 Golf, radio check, please.
Contract 21 Golf, I still got you 5x5.
Thank you, Vancouver, and question, if I may.
Go ahead.
How long do you guys expect to be online?
I'm going to be about 1 more hour. My plan is to log off at 1 Zulu.
Sounds good. Call you back shortly with a flight plan, 21 Golf.
Thank you. Raptor 4 Vancouver. The information in Vancouver is Echo. Will be runway 08 left for arrival. Did you want 08 right? Are you heading to the south side?
Hey, left for arrival is fine for Raptor 4, thank you.
Raptor 4, roger. 08 left it is. I don't know how long he needs to descend from that altitude. I mean, the rule of thumb should be 200 miles, basically, 180 miles from 60,000 feet. So need to go down somewhere around here. So he probably actually will start to need descent clearance in the next 2 to 3 minutes here. Let's see here. United 2051 Vancouver, are you on frequency?
We are. Good evening, United 2051 descending via the Grizz 7 arrival with information echo.
United 2051 Vancouver, good evening, squawk code 0731.
0731, United 2051.
United 2051, thank you very much. You're identified descending through 136, descend 1010,000. The Vancouver altimeter is 3010, plan runway 8 left.
Descend to 10,000, altimeter 3010, and planning 8 left, United 2051.
It's actually going to get a little hectic in here. Raptor 6 Vancouver, when ready, descend flight level 290.
When ready, descend flight level 290, and could you advise me when the speed restrictions are enforced again, Raptor 6?
Raptor 6, yeah, I'll say the Mach numbers at your discretion. The only one I'll ask you to adhere to is the 250 below 10,000.
Roger that. I'll oblige to the 250 below 10,000, Roger, Raptor 6.
Roger. I mean, technically you can't exceed Mach 1 in Canadian airspace, but I'm not going to argue. It gets them there sooner too. I didn't even see Anchorage message me back. Come on. He's gone. He's long gone. Goodbye.
Vancouver Center, good afternoon. Cargo Jet 427, information echo, requesting IFR clearance to Edmonton.
Cargojet 427 Vancouver, good evening. You're cleared to the Edmonton Airport via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors to Vidri flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left, squawk 0737.
Great Edmonton, Vancouver 2 departure, flight plan route, vectors to Vitry, runway 08 left, and squawk 0737, Cargojet 427.
Cargojet 427, that readback is correct. Information is Echo. Push and start at your discretion. Call me for taxi.
We have Echo on board. We'll call for taxi. Thanks, Cargojet 427.
There we go. Now we're getting something here. All right. I think I might close this Victoria view because I have not had anybody show up at Victoria for 2.5 hours now. 2 hours. Kelowna I'm going to keep because this guy's inbound to Kelowna. I'll ping him in just a couple of minutes here. Raptor 6 starting down. Good stuff, good stuff. It's going to get interesting here. Lots of stuff kind of going on all at the same time here. Good, 08 left is going to get busy. Going to earn my money as a controller. Wait, how much did they pay me to do this again? Don't say 0. Don't say 0. God damn it. There we go. Condor's already pushed. Cool. He's going to start taxiing. These guys are all going to kind of come together.
Vancouver Center, Condor 758 Heavy is ready. Taxi runway 08 left.
Condor 758 Vancouver. Information is Echo, the altimeter 3010. Runway 08 left. Taxi out Golf, Hotel, Mike 10.
Golf, Hotel, and Mike 10 for Condor 758.
What I am going to need, though, is a ground view or an approach view for Kelowna. Do I have it up here at all? No. So let's get it open. Let's see here. There we go. All right, so we just turned the tables on Kelowna. It's been kind of a little bit of variable out of the north lately, so now we got Kelowna north. Condor's taxiing. Raptor 4 Vancouver, when ready, descend flight level 290.
Descending flight level 290, Raptor 4.
Raptor 6, continue descent 14,000. The Vancouver altimeter 3010.
Continue descent 14,000 and 3010 for the altimeter, Raptor 6.
Vancouver contract 21 Golf. Just out of curiosity, what's the VFR squawk in Canada?
Contract 12 Golf. The VFR is 1200 if you don't have anything else.
1200, thank you. Just curiosity, we'll need it to Golf back with you shortly.
Roger. It's weird that he doesn't show up on my departure list. Is he departing? All right, let's get this guy going here. WestJet, 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 what up? Call me. He's going to go to Anchorage anyways, even though I went offline. I don't know why he's not showing up in the list. It's weird. It's all good. Make sure I have my winds ready to go here now that it's getting busy. United 2051, descend 8,000.
Down to 8,000, United 2051.
Yeah, it's weird that this contract guy is not showing up on my departure list here. He's on the ground there. Oh, that's weird. I have two ABR-12 Golfs. This guy's got a flight plan from Santiago. How do I have two ABR-12? Oh, ABR-12, ABR-21. Ah, I see. There's an ABR-12 Golf, or this guy is logged in or filed in the wrong call sign. I get it now. I get it now. United 2051, descend 4,000.
Down to 4,000, United 2051.
Raptor 4, Vancouver, continue to descend 14,000, the Vancouver altimeter 3010.
14,000, Raptor 4.
Oops, that's wrong. 14,000, there you go. That's better.
Vancouver Center, evening, WestJet 473, level 336, about to descend NORB 4 with Foxtrot.
WestJet 473, Vancouver Center, good evening, Squawk Cadet. WestJet 473, thank you very much. You're identified at flight level 337. When ready to send 14,000, the the Kelowna altimeter is 3001. Information there is now Foxtrot. Runway 34 is now the active.
Okay, when ready, 14,000, and we're set up for the RNAV Zulu for 34, WestJet 473.
WestJet 473, perfect, thank you. Okay, contract 758 Vancouver, you ready to go there? Might need more time. Airports. Pull up some Kelowna information here. Let's see here, WestJet 473, he's on the no-rip for arrival, which should lead him.
Sorry, WestJet 473, can we get runway 16? Looks like the winds have moved around.
WestJet 473, just stand by 1. Contract 758, are you ready to go? And WestJet 473, yeah, I see that now. The current winds in Kelowna showing 160 at 7, gust 15. There was a thunderstorm report in the vicinity of the field, so the winds might be a little bit all over the place for the time being, but if you want to, you can plan on runway 16. Just let me know what approach you'd like.
Okay, WestJet 473, thanks. We'll take the RNAV X-ray for 16.
WestJet 473, copy, you're looking for the RNAV X-ray.
Vancouver Center, Cargojet 427, ready for taxi.
Cargojet 427, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Echo, altimeter 3010, taxi, Delta, Hotel, Mike 10.
We have Echo on board, runway 08 left, Delta, Hotel, Mike 10, on short 08 left, Cargojet 47.
Contract 758, Vancouver, are you ready? RNAV X-ray, runway 16. The transition is through
Vancouver Center, Condor 758, holding short of 8 left at Mike 10.
I'm sorry, Condor 758. I got you confused with the other guy here. My apologies. You can contact me once you're airborne. The wind 090 at 9er. You're clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
No problem. Clear for takeoff 08 left, and I'll contact you airborne for Condor 758.
United 2051 Vancouver, turn right heading 350, descend 3000.
Right, 350 down to 3000, United 2051.
Alright, so he's going to do... That's 16, that's the missed approach for 16, yeah. Eblol. So this is where the RNAV Yankee starts, is here is Eblol. Okay, so just sort of keep that in mind as he goes down, that's good. Alright. Kind of have a sense of what he's doing now. What I'm doing here. We have multiple arrivals and departures all within a short period of time here. I love it.
And Vancouver Center, contract 21 Golf on stand 802 at Vancouver with Echo, request clearance to Anchorage, correction.
First, United 2051, turn right heading 050 to intercept. You're cleared the ILS, runway 08 left.
050 to intercept, cleared ILS runway 08 left, United 2051.
And, sorry, is it contract 21 Golf or 12 Golf? I have a flight plan for 12 Golf.
That's a typo. We'll correct that and get back to you. Stand by.
Perfect, thank you. Alright, so WestJet's there. Raptor's there. He's just about to turn inbound here. And I have the Kelowna winds here now, so that's good. 2, 3, 7, 3.
Vancouver Center, Condor 758 is through 1700 for 7000 off of 08 left.
Condor 758 Heavy, Vancouver, thank you very much. Identified, climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000 for Condor 758.
Raptor 6 Vancouver, descend 10,000.
Send 10,000, Raptor 6.
WestJet 473, descend 11,000.
On 1000, WestJet 473.
Condor 758 Heavy, proceed direct Alnod on course.
Proceed direct to Alnod on course for Condor 758.
United 205, correction, United 2051. Vancouver winds 110 at 6, cleared land, runway 08 left.
Clear to land, runway 08 left, United 2051.
And Center, contract 21 Golf, you should have the corrected call sign now. Request clearance to Anchorage.
And contract 21 Golf, I got it now. Thank you so much. You're cleared to Anchorage via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors FASBO, flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left, squawk code 0730.
Cleared as filed, SID YVR 208 left, and can you say again the squawk code for contract 21 Golf?
Contract 21 Golf, your squawk 0730.
Squawk 0730, contract 21 Golf.
Roger. Xpress 584 is back again for another round. That's funny. All right, correction, contract 21 Golf. The readback is all correct. Information is Foxtrot, altimeter is 3010, and call me when you're ready for taxi.
Copy Foxtrot 3010, we'll call when ready for taxi contract 21 Golf.
Cargo Jet 427, I'll get you away as soon as the traffic lands here. They're about 4 miles final.
What was that last call for? You got stepped on.
Last call was for Cargo Jet 427. I'll get you away as soon as the traffic lands here. They're just about 3 miles out.
Roger, Cargo Jet 47.
And Condor 758, continue climb to level 280.
Climb to flight level 230 for Condor 758.
WestJet 473 Vancouver, you're cleared Kelowna Airport RNAV X-ray, runway at 16 Eblel transition.
Okay, cleared Kelowna for the RNAV X-ray, runway 16 Eblel transition, WestJet 473.
Raptor 6, descend 7,000.
Down to 7,000, Raptor 6.
I probably could have gotten him away. The thing is, it's not like it's a very big lineup for takeoff or anything, so the extra 60 seconds of waiting to me is not too bad. And actually, I kind of did it on purpose just because I think most people would rather see another airplane land in front of them. If you're on VATSIM, you kind of almost want to see some traffic out there, and if you take off before the other guy lands, you don't see anybody, right? So there's a little bit of my logic in that too, is I kind of delayed that a little bit on purpose. I wasn't sure if the space was going to work out. I kind of figured it would, but and let's see here. Raptor 6, proceed direct to Vilno. And sorry, Vinlo. Raptor 6, sorry, I misspoke. Proceed direct Vinlo.
Okay, direct Vinlo, Raptor 6.
Cargo Jet 427, line up, runway 08 left.
Line up 08 left, Cargo Jet 47.
United 2051, welcome to Vancouver. Convenient right turn off the runway, and when able, say the gate.
Vacate right, and we're parking stand 74, United 2051.
United 2051, thank you for 74. Taxi Sierra into the apron.
Sierra and X-ray, United 2051.
And United 2051, just Sierra and the apron.
Okay, Sierra into the gate, United 2051.
Cargo Jet 427 Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne, winds 108, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
We'll contact you airborne, clear for takeoff 08 left, Cargo Jet 47.
Raptor 6, descend 6,000.
6,000, Raptor 6.
Raptor 8, descend 10,000.
10,000, Raptor 4.
I'm sorry, it was Raptor 4, my apologies. Look at the wrong number there. Raptor 6, descend 4,000 at Vinlo, cleared RNAV, runway 08 right.
Descend 4,000 at Vinlo, cleared RNAV, Raptor 6.
Raptor 4, descend 7,000.
7,000, Raptor 4.
Vancouver Center Cargo Jet 47, passing 2,900.
Cargo Jet 427 Vancouver, thank you. Identified, climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000, Cargo Jet 47.
Yeah, where's he going? Where's he going? Vinlo, Vinlo. Activated the approach and it went all wonky on him. Oh, VATSIM. Just love VATSIM. Good times. All right, he should be starting to break off of that approach any second now. There he goes. He's doing okay now. He is cleared for the approach, so I can just do that. Cargo Jet 427, turn left direct to Vidri on course.
Left direct, Vidri on course, Cargo Jet 47.
Don't want to turn you too quick because I want you to hit those mountains out there. 7-3, should climb pretty good. Raptor 4, Vancouver, vectors for the ILS 8 left, fly heading 160.
LS 8 left and 160 Raptor 4.
Condor 758 heavy, continue climb, flight level 350.
Continue climb to flight level 350 for Condor 758.
Cargo Jet 427, climb flight level 280.
Climb 20, Cargo Jet 47.
Alright, there's United in there. I got two airplanes still.
Climb 28, Cargo Jet 47.
Cargo Jet 427, affirmative, 280. Alright, he's on the approach. Where's Raptor 6 going? Turn's not going so well. Raptor 4, fly heading 170.
170 Raptor 4.
Nice little bit of activity here, though. It's nice to have a good spurt of activity at the end before I log off. So many streams, it just sort of it dies away, and then you're just sort of like, at what point do I just pull the plug on it? At what point is it no longer of any interest to anyone to see what's going on? To just pull the plug. For Raptor 6, the Vancouver winds are 140 at 8, clear to land, runway 08 right.
Clear to land, runway 08 right, Raptor 6.
Raptor 4 descend 6,000.
6,000 Raptor 4.
All this terrain, I gotta step them over here. Hopefully Edmonton will still be there. Oh no, Edmonton tower logged off. No. It never fails. You go file a flight plan to a place where there's a guy, and the guy logs off. It happens to me all the time. Every time I seem to fly a flight, especially when we get the guys together for like a late night flight. Raptor 4 descend 4,000.
4,000 Raptor 4.
We get together for one of those evening flights. It's always like the time we get booted up and get going. The ATC's always logging off just before we're about to just approaching. Never seem to get the ATC. And every once in a while, like all of a sudden you get it, you'd be like, "What? Something's wrong here. They're not supposed to still be here when we're here." But I feel like this rush is going to be about the end of it here. I don't know if I'm going to stay till quite 0100, but we'll see. Pretty much, there's two guys left on the ground. If I get them turned on course and nobody else is coming in, I may pull the plug a little bit early, a little bit before 01 Zulu, but we'll see here. You're talking here, and I'm not even reading the chat here. I had the stream on at the same time as ATC for the last call. I forgot to mute the stream, so I'm hearing things twice. Yeah. Oh, I've done the same thing sometimes. I fly Nomad Aviator is one of my favorite streamers now, and so I'll often fly when he's controlling, and I'll declare the emergencies, and I'll be a bit of that guy. And Raptor 4 speed 200 knots or less now, please.
200 knots or less, Raptor 4.
Try to make sure I swing him in here behind the company traffic. Cargo Jet 427, continue climb, flight level 390.
Climb 390, Cargo Jet 47.
Yeah, and so I will do that. So I'll have his stream going, and then I'll boot up my sim, and I'll start flying, and then yeah, I'll start hearing things twice. I'm like, I gotta keep muting the stream, but then he can't hear what he's saying. So it's like you either have to hear the ATC or the stream. Oh yeah, Raptor 4, turn left, heading 110 to intercept, cleared ILS 08 left.
Left 110 for the intercept, clear the ILS 08 left, Raptor 4.
And Raptor 6, Vancouver, do you know where you're parking on the field?
We're going to signature, Raptor 6.
Raptor 6, Roger, you can plan a right turn off the runway.
We'll find the right turn off the runway, Raptor 6.
All right, WestJet's kind of turning final there. And Raptor 4, Vancouver, might have been a little bit late in the turn. If you don't have it already locked in, continue the left turn heading 50 to intercept.
050 to intercept, no problem, Raptor 4.
And Raptor 4, just to make sure you don't get above the glide slope, descend 2,000 for the intercept.
2,000 feet, Raptor 4.
All right, that's going to work out nicely. So he's already cleared to land, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And Raptor 6, I can't remember if I cleared you to land or not, but the winds are 127, you're cleared to land 8 right.
Clear to land 8 right, Raptor 6.
I couldn't remember if I said it or not, honestly. Nope, I got another one on here. Maybe I will stay full length till 0100. So 08 left, he's going to Calgary. So many Calgary, it's like the Toronto Montreal. It's just everyone logs in and they're all doing the same thing. Vancouver Calgary. This is like a Canadian Express like get together I don't even know about. And the Concorde 796 here. Ours is just luck. All the Canadian Expresses, they're all here. They're all going to Calgary. Well, guys, you got 30 minutes. So don't dawdle too much. All right, that looks pretty good. Now he's established from 8 left. Raptor 4, Vancouver. The wind's 060 at 9er. Clear to land, 8 left. 08 left.
Clear to land 8 left there, Raptor 4.
Oh, I gotta figure out which things are closed during the day, which ones are closed all the time. Oops. That's what I'm looking for. Taxiway Bravo. It was here somewhere. I know it was.
Vancouver Center, Raptor 6 is clear runway 08 right on Alpha 6, requesting taxi to signature.
Raptor 6, taxi Alpha, cross runway 13 to signature.
Alpha, cross runway 3 to signature, Raptor 6, thanks.
Okay, good, perfect. WestJet 473, Kelowna winds are now 050 at 7. You're clear to land runway 16.
Clear to land 16, WestJet 473.
I did give CargoJet all the way up, right? Yes, I did. Yeah. Tommy, you're on your way up. Good, just want to make sure. Group flight. Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. If there's that many guys going to, because I've had other people already log in, but yeah, do it again. Do it as a group flight. Now you got half an hour, because I definitely got to be pretty firm on that 01 Zulu. I got to go to bed. I got to make sure I get enough rest, enough sleep, and watch my Black Mirror episode. But I do I can't like stay online till like bedtime. Like I need like an unwind before like I go to sleep. So. So you know what I will do is I'll just do this. Attention all aircraft, Vancouver Center will be closing at the top of the hour in 30 minutes. There. That should hopefully push them. If you want some ATC for at least the departure phase, you got to get moving. You know what, and it's just fair, you know, like the controllers that tend to do that, like I do appreciate it. Like as much as I hate the fact, like okay, the guy's gonna log off just so I'm getting going. When you know when they give you that heads up, then you can make a plan accordingly. Like sometimes you're kind of sitting around there waiting. Look now, here's Mark's coming logging in here too. So, geez, now he's gonna make me stay. You can make a plan, like if things are not going well, like do I sit there and watch the GSX fuel, or do I just give up on it and I just just give her full tilt, try to get going in time. And Raptor 4, welcome to Vancouver. Convenient right turn off the runway. Are you going to signature as well?
Affirm, Raptor 4.
All right, Raptor 4. Taxi, let's see here. Make the right turn on Mike, then taxi Mike, Juliet, Hotel, hold short of runway 08 right.
Mike, Juliet Hotel, and short of 8 right for Raptor 4.
All right. Everybody's going to Calgary. Am I the only ATC in Canada? Is that why? I'm like the only controller online. Toronto's online, but I guess everyone flies Toronto all the time. So like, hey, let's do something different. All right, WestJet, where's my ground view? WestJet 473, welcome to Kelowna. Taxi Delta and Echo into the apron.
WestJet 473, thanks. Have a good one.
Take care. All right, so he's on the ground. Condor eastbound, Cargojet northeastbound, and I got a whole slew of Canadian Express.
Vancouver Center, good evening. Canadian Express 584 information. Foxtrot looking to pick up IFR to Calgary.
Canadian Express 584, Vancouver. You're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors to DAPED flight plan route. Departure runway 08 left, squawk 0710.
Hey, Canadian Express 584 cleared to Vancouver. Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors adopted. Flight plan route 08 left for departure and squawk 0710 for Canadian Express 584 heavy.
Hey, Canadian Express 584. The readback is all correct, except just confirm you are going to Calgary.
Affirm, Calgary.
Canadian Express 584. The readback's all correct. Information is Foxtrot. Call me when you're ready for taxi.
Okay, call ready for taxi, and I check your closing at the top of the hour, Express 584.
Vancouver Center, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, radio check, good evening.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, Vancouver, good evening. Read you 5.
Vancouver Center, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75 with information, Foxtrot ready to copy IFR to Sitka.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, Vancouver, you're cleared to Sitka via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors Trial, flight plan route. Departure runway 08 left, squawk 0735.
Vancouver Center, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, please repeat the appearance for Alpha Sierra Charlie 75.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, sorry, it's breaking up a little bit, but you are cleared to Sitka via the Vancouver 2 departure. Vectors Trial, flight plan route. departure runway 08 left, squawk code 0735.
Vancouver Center, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75 through the Vancouver 2 departure, then trio, then the planned route will be taking off runway 08 left, and squawk code is 0735, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, that readback is all correct information. Foxtrot's current in Vancouver, and push at your discretion. Call me when you're ready for taxi.
Push the discretion and we'll call when ready. So that's Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, thanks.
Correction, Raptor 4, continue taxi cross runway 08 right, Hotel Alpha. Looks like your company went to Landmark after all.
Okay, we'll be joining company and we're crossing 8 right, Hotel Alpha to the FBO. Thank you.
Thank you. Since they're having a group flight, and I am a member of this airline, it would be kind of it would be a little bit of a rude move. A little bit of a rude move for me to log off just as they're getting going. So, all right. Normally, I hold pretty firm to my departure times. I did give myself some leeway on this one, in all honesty. So, I guess you guys are getting bonus stream time today, and these guys are getting some bonus service today. So, what day is it today? It's the 24th still. Okay. Attention all aircraft on frequency. Vancouver Center will remain online for a bit of extra time. We're going to target no later than 0130 Zulu for log off. Get these guys going. Got certainly a variety of aircraft too. I got to say I like this too. We got a Concorde, an A310, a 737-700, a Citation, a CRJ, and another Citation. What a nice variety of aircraft too. Just to give me that much more pain in the rear trying to sequence you guys now. Oh shoot. If they all take off at the same time, it's going to be really not so good. Oh yeah, that would be for sure.
Vancouver Center, good evening, King Express 222 on the ground at Vancouver. Information Fox Charlie, pick up on Authority Calgary.
Canadian Express 222 Vancouver, good evening. You're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure. Vectors to AD6 flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left, squawk 0755.
Canadian Express 222 cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 6 departure, Vancouver 2 departure, radar vectors AD6 on a file. Departure runway 8 left, squawk 0755.
Canadian Express 222, that readback is all correct. The information is Foxtrot right now in Vancouver. Push and start at your discretion. Call me when you're ready for the taxi.
We'll go Canadian Express 222.
Oh, now the Raptors are going to take off again for LA. Let's see here what they got for a route. Seattle, well, that works for me. Reset their altitude and...
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 796 on the ground, a Millionaire. With Foxtrot, IFR to Calgary.
Canadian Express 796, Vancouver, g'day. You're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure, runway 08 left, squawk code 0753. I forgot to say flight plan route. My bad.
Clear to Calgary, Vancouver 2 departure, 08 left, squawk 0753. Canadian Express 796.
Canadian Express 796, that readback is all correct. Start up at your discretion. Call me when you're ready for the taxi.
And Vancouver Center Raptor 4, we'll pick up for clearance for LAX.
Raptor 4, Vancouver, you're cleared to Los Angeles via the Vancouver 2 departure, vectors to Seattle. Flight plan route, departure is 8 left and squawk 0711.
Go to LAX, the Vancouver 2 departures, and is it vectors to Seattle? Flight plan route, 8 left, and then, 8 right, and then squawking 0711, is that correct for Raptor 4?
Raptor 4 is all correct, except the departure is going to have to be 08 left. Otherwise, the readback is all correct. Start up at your discretion. Call ready for taxi. The information is Foxtrot.
Information Foxtrot, we'll call for ready for taxi, and we check 8 left departure for Raptor 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, guys, 08 right is only available for piston and turboprop departures, and I don't see a piston or a turboprop in the place. So, seeing that irritating white dot, white box around the display that came in the latest MSFS update. Oh, when did that start? I didn't even see that. I have. Is it like a new, like the last couple days? I don't think I've opened up MSFS since the last time I tried to stream it. That was a little while ago. That was Tuesday, I think. But I haven't streamed into the default airplanes either. So, which I guess you're flying what? You're flying the 67. 37. That's right, the 37. Okay, I didn't see that in the 37. Is that a glitch? Oh, I hope there's not a glitch I'm going to have to worry about in the next stream. I don't want to put off my stream again because we're getting into summer, and probably throughout the summer, honestly, streaming is going to become harder to do. The ATC streams I do when I'm on the road, and that's not so bad. But the what am I trying to say here? The flight streams will definitely become less and less frequent as we go. So yeah, that's going to become a little bit more annoying. In all honesty. Okay, I'm going to close the Kelowna 34 view. I think I can probably get rid of most of these views in all honesty. I don't see a whole lot more traffic coming in. Let's see, what's Kelowna doing now? Should I switch the runways back again? I got the ATIS up and running, so I should kind of keep an eye on it. Now it's back to 30. It's 040 at 4. Like I'll just leave it on 16 for now. If anybody actually wants to go to Kelowna, we'll deal with that then. I hope that there's going to be some Edmonton controller before too long. I hope that they know that you're doing this group flight. So, yeah, nobody inbound to Kelowna. No. I got a couple of inbounds into Vancouver now, but they're probably mostly too far away. Let's see here. I got a Walker at 2:35, Air Canada 125 that came out of Toronto is not arriving until 4:12. I'll be fast asleep by then. JetBlue 49. Yeah, no. Sorry, guys. You guys will not be making it in time. One guy departing San Francisco, guy, or the guy that arrived from Anchorage. So yeah, not enough time. Canadian Express 007. Oh, attendance will be 4 because it's summer. It's looking pretty good to me.
Vancouver Center, Raptor 6.
Raptor 6, go ahead.
Raptor 6, we're looking for IFR to Ottawa when you have the chance.
Raptor 6. Okay, stand by. Why is it not showing me? There it is. Raptor 6, Vancouver, you are cleared to Ottawa via the Vancouver 2 departure, vectors VIBTA, flight plan route, depart runway 08 left, squawk 0775.
Clear to Ottawa via the Vancouver 2 departure, radar vectors VICTA, then flight plan route, departing runway 08 left and squawk 0775 for Raptor 6.
Raptor 6, that readback is correct. Information Foxtrot is current. Start up at your discretion. Call me ready for taxi.
We'll pick up Foxtrot. We'll call you back for taxi Raptor 6.
One guy's off to LA, one guy's off to Ottawa. What an odd combination. Not what I was expecting, but that's okay. I haven't seen this many airplanes on the ground in Vancouver in a while. Holy moly. Cool. It's going to get very hectic here in a little bit. Sorry, I'm not even reading the chat. My bad. Flashing white box momentarily appears around the display, then disappears, distracting, and white spot where the cursor would be. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, that is annoying. As long as it's distracting, but it's not like making it like totally unflyable. Because those lags that I had the other day were just making it completely unflyable. It's not that it was unflyable, it's that it was unstreamable. Actually, it wasn't unflyable, it was totally fine on my computer. The computer wasn't hesitating, the streaming software wasn't hesitating. I am 95% sure it was a network issue. It was probably my ISP. Every once in a while, it used to actually be worse. I used to often get slowdowns in the mornings when I would do those morning streams, and then it hadn't happened for a long time. But it was so bad. It was like out of every 10 seconds, I'd lose 3 seconds of video. It would pause for 3 seconds out of like every 10 seconds. It was crazy how much it paused. I have been online now for 3 hours and 44 minutes. In that time, my stream has dropped 107 frames. So that is, it's at 30 FPS. So it has dropped 3.5 seconds worth of frames over the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. That's a very reasonable stream rate. Even I would accept like a loss of even 5% or even maybe even 10, but like 30 was just untenable. I watched a little bit of it afterwards, and I'm like, this is just, you can't even begin to stream like that. You just can't. It's a Canadian Express party with a few other hangers on as well here, but that's fine. It's all good. It's all good. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. I cleared him. Did I check the box? I checked the box. Clear that, clear that. You guys are slowly getting there.
And Center, Canadian Express 584, gate 18, ready for push and start.
Canadian Express 584, gate 18, push and start, your discretion. Call me for taxi.
Express 584, thanks.
Gonna be first one out the door. Yeah, I'm not at home, so it's a completely different network. But yeah, it was just. It used to be a pretty regular problem on my home network. Like, it was actually to the point where I would not stream without rebooting my router first. That became part of my streaming rituals. Before I would stream, I would reboot my computer, I'd reboot my router as well. Then I'd fire up the sim and do all that other stuff. But yeah, I hadn't had an issue with my upload speed for so long that I basically completely forgotten about it. If honestly, telling the truth, it wasn't until I had a day where it was bad, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is what it's like when it's bad. Darn. Yeah, I hadn't had a day like that for a while where it was so bad to stream that I just couldn't even deal with it. I couldn't even deal with it. It was just so bad. Like I felt bad like trying to put you guys through it. Like, this is not acceptable.
And Vancouver Center, Raptor 4 will be ready to taxi 8 left.
Raptor 4, Vancouver, Roger, runway 08 left. Information is Foxtrot, the altimeter 3010. Taxi Alpha Hotel, hold short, runway 08 right.
Alpha Hotel, hold short 08 right for Raptor 4, thank you.
I don't have any inbound, but I just want to see him start moving. Sometimes people take a long time for that first minute or so of taxi. So it's just like, I just want to see him moving. Once I see him moving, I'll know it's good. But it's just a matter of that first little bit, just seeing what's going on. You want to see busy, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's gonna get hectic here soon. And everyone's gonna have a Mach number assigned because we gotta just keep the sequence 10 miles apart here. The flotations might have a little bit of a time keeping the Mach number though. Nobody else is going to have a problem. The Concorde's going to be worlds ahead of everybody else anyways, so I'm not too worried. The fact that he's the first one to go is actually fantastic. What was I going to do? I was going to join Discord. That's what I was going to do. I keep on saying that. I was going to go log into the Discord, into Edmonton's Discord, and just see if they know that these guys are coming. See if I can drum up a controller.
Vancouver Center, good evening. Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 001, Vancouver, good evening.
Canadian Express 001 with information Foxtrot ready to copy off our clearance to Calgary file.
Okay, Express 001, you're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure, radar vectors DAPID, flight planned route, depart runway 08 left, squawk 0722.
Roger, we're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver departure, flight plan route, radar vector DAPID. Depart runway 08 left and squawk 0722 Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 001, thank you. The readback is correct. Information is Foxtrot. Push and start at your discretion. Call ready for taxi.
We'll call for taxi, Canadian Express 001.
Let's see, where can I go? Because they do not know.
Vancouver Center, good evening. Canadian Express 667 Heavy, Airbus 310 with Foxtrot, IFR to Calgary.
Sorry, who was looking for the clearance?
Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 667, Vancouver. Good evening. You're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure, radar vectors DAPID, flight plan route, depart runway 08 left, squawk 0725.
Clear to Calgary, Vancouver to departure, flight plan route, radar vectors to DAPID. Expect 8 left, we'll squawk 0725, Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 667, the readback is correct. Information, let's see here, information Foxtrot is current. Push and start at your discretion. Call me for the taxi.
We'll call for taxi, Canadian Express 667.
Vancouver Center, Raptor 6 short of Alpha with information Foxtrot, ready taxi runway 08 left.
And Raptor 4, sorry about that. Continue taxi, hotel cross runway 08 right, Mike 10.
Continue on hotel, cross 8 right, and we'll hold short 8 left on Mike 10, Raptor 4.
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 584 with Foxtrot, ready for taxi 08 left.
Canadian Express 584, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Foxtrot, the altimeter 3010. Taxi, apron your discretion, golf, hold short of hotel.
Okay, taxi, apron my discretion, golf, hold short of hotel, Express 584.
Well, I did send a notice out through the Edmonton FIR Discord. I don't know if anyone will see it in time, but I said that there's a
Vancouver Center, Raptor 6 short of Alpha, ready taxi runway 08 left with information Foxtrot.
Raptor 6, Vancouver, runway 08 left, information Foxtrot, altimeter 3010. Taxi Alpha Hotel, hold short, runway 08 right.
Alpha Hotel, short 08 right, Raptor 6.
Canadian Express 584, continue taxi Golf Hotel, Mike 10.
Okay, cleared to taxi hotel to Mike 10, Express 584.
All right, things are slowly coming together here. Don't know how many of these Canadian Express guys are watching the stream, but hopefully some of them. Hopefully at least a few of you guys are watching. I have not seen this many airplanes on the ground in Vancouver for a while. My stream is going to get renamed to Canadian Express Party, I think, here. Hold on, edit stream info. And Canadian Express Party.
And Vancouver Center for Raptor 4, what a request.
It's now renamed to Canadian Express Party. Raptor 4, Vancouver, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to know if I can get an unrestricted climb to flight level 590 if possible.
Raptor 4, let me just have a quick look here. Yeah, that is approved. Unrestricted climb to flight level 590.
Unrestricted climb to flight level 590. Thank you very much, Raptor 4.
Raptor 6, continue taxi, hotel, Mike 10, cross runway 08 right.
Hotel, Mike 10, and cross your 8 right, Raptor 6.
Raptor 4, you ready to go?
Firm as soon as I line up.
Raptor 4, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 090 at 7. You're clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
Clear for takeoff, runway 08 left, and we'll contact you once airborne, Raptor 4.
Condor 758 Heavy, Vancouver. You just leave my airspace to the east. Edmonton Center is not online. Switch to the honored frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a good day.
What are you going to call for Condor 758? Heavy, thanks to the ATC. It was excellent. Take care.
Thank you. Have a great day. And Cargo Jet 427, same for you. You're about to leave my airspace to the east. Edmonton's not online. Switch to the honored frequency. Surveillance service terminates.
Hello to you, Colin. Thanks for great ATC. Have a great evening. Cargo Jet 47.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right. Got a couple of aircraft here. Everything's going nicely here. All right, I'm just going to reopen. I hate having Discord open because it's noisy. It pings constantly, and I hate having it open on my stream, but I just want to open it up and see if anybody responded to that message again. It's also a bit intensive on the browser, on the processor. Got enough stuff going on here. So let's see here.
And Vancouver Center, Raptor 4, 8,000 for flight level 590.
And Raptor 4, thank you. Identified. Continue the climb, flight level 590, and when you're able, a right turn, direct Seattle VOR on course.
Right turn, direct Seattle VOR and flight level 590. Thank you very much, Raptor 4.
I don't know if anybody saw this at all. I haven't seen a single reaction yet. I only posted it like 20 seconds ago, I swear, but anywho, I tried. I said I don't know any other way really to get a hold of these guys, so. At least you guys will have ATC for the departure process, even if it's not for the arrival. Getting a lineup of people going here now. It's good, it's good. I never did even look at your Canada 1060's flight plan here. Let's see here.
Good evening, Vancouver Center. Canadian Express 542 is with you at Vancouver Airport, hoping for IFR clearance to Calgary this evening.
Canadian Express 542, your wish is my command. You're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure. Radar vectors David, flight plan route. Depart runway 08 left, squawk 0762.
Copy, cleared Vancouver departure from 8 left, DAPED route, and we're departing, we're squawking 0762, Canadian Express 542.
Canadian Express 542, that readback is all correct. Information Foxtrot is current. Push and start at your discretion. Call for taxi.
We'll call for taxi. Canadian Express 542, thank you.
Canadian Express 584, Vancouver. Contact me once you're airborne. Wind 080 at 7. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left.
Cleared for takeoff, 08 left, Canadian Express 584. We'll call you again, airborne.
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 222, short of Foxtrot, taxi with Foxtrot.
Canadian Express 222, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is still Foxtrot, the altimeter 3010. Taxi through the apron, your discretion, Alpha, hotel, hold short, runway 08 right.
Taxi apron, Alpha, hotel, hold short, 08 right, then altimeter 3010, Canadian Express 222.
Raptor 6, Vancouver, space permitting behind the departing Concorde, line up runway 08 left, caution possible jet blast. It's not really possible.
Right, we'll line up left and wait, Raptor 6.
Vancouver Center Canadian Express 7, the Honda Jet at signature with Foxtrot looking to pick up IFR over to Calgary.
Canadian Express 007 Vancouver, you're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 2 departure. Vectors to DAPED, flight plan route. Departure is 08 left. Squawk code for you is 0777.
Okay, we're cleared to Calgary's FOB flight plan route, Vancouver 2, vectors to DAPED, and 0777, King Express 7.
Okay, Express 007, that readback is correct. Information Foxtrot, push and start at your discretion, or start at your discretion, call for taxi.
We'll call for taxi, King Express 7.
Center, Canadian Express 584 off 08 left, passing 1,500 for 7,000.
Canadian Express 584, thank you. Identified, climb 16,000.
Continue climb 16,000, Canadian Express 584.
And Raptor 6 Vancouver, are you going to want the unrestricted climb as well?
We can go restricted if because of traffic for you, Raptor 6.
Yeah, Raptor 6, we'll just have to hold you back a little bit just till we get a little bit of separation. So, all right, just maintain 7,000 departure. I'll have your takeoff clearance in about another 60 seconds.
No worries, we'll maintain 7,000 and the appropriate speeds, Raptor 6.
Thanks. Makes life easier on me. I mean, the Concorde is not exactly a slow machine either, by any means, but it takes a while for it to accelerate. The F-22 probably has about a quarter of the thrust and a tenth of the weight.
Express 796, hold short. Foxtrot at Charlie with Foxtrot.
Canadian Express 796, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Foxtrot in the altimeter 3010. Let's see here. Taxi Foxtrot through the apron, Alpha Hotel, and hold short 08 right.
Apron, Foxtrot, Alpha Hotel, hold short 08 right. Canadian Express 796.
Raptor 6, Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 07087, clear for takeoff, 08 left.
We'll call you back airborne and clear for takeoff 08 left, Raptor 6.
Canadian Express 222, cross runway 08 right, continue Hotel Mike 10.
Cross 08 right, Hotel Mike 10, Canadian Express 222.
Canadian Express 584, direct DAPED, climb flight level 280.
Direct DAPED, flight level 280, Canadian Express 584.
Center, Canadian Express 001, ready for taxi, runway 08 left.
Canadian Express 001, Vancouver, runway 08 left. Information is Foxtrot in the altimeter 3010. Taxi, right turn on the apron, Juliet, Mike. Hold short of Hotel for now. Just want to see how this sequence is going to work out here.
Roger, apron at discretion, Juliet, Mike, hold short Hotel, Canadian Express 001.
Vancouver Center, Raptor 6, climbing 3.3 for 7,000, runway heading.
Raptor 6, thank you. Identified. Climb now, flight level 590, and turn right 20 degrees, vectors for separation.
Right turn 20 degrees, we'll climb flight level 590, Raptor 6.
And Raptor 4, Vancouver, you've left my airspace to the south. Seattle's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Switching over to en route frequency. Thank you very much, Captain Nubs. Have a good stream.
Thank you. Have a great day. There you go. We got a few people watching at least.
Not every day you see a Concorde in between two F-22.
No, that's a pretty unique combination.
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 004, requesting IFR clearance to Calgary as well.
Canadian Express 004, Vancouver. Hello, you're cleared to Calgary. The Vancouver 2 departure, vectors DAPED flight plan route. Departure runway 08 left, squawk code 0723.
Was it cleared via the Vancouver 2 departure, runway 8 left, and squawk 0723, 04.
Canadian Express 004, that readback is correct. Pushback startup at your discretion. Call ready for taxi information, Foxtrot.
Local 04.
Raptor 6, proceed direct VIBTA on course.
Direct VIBTA on course, Raptor 6.
Canadian Express 584, continue climb flight level 450.
Continue climb flight level 450, Canadian Express 584.
Center Can Express 667 Heavy, ready to taxi.
Canadian Express 667 Heavy, Vancouver, runway 08 left, information, Foxtrot, altimeter 3010. Taxi right on Juliet, Mike, hold short hotel.
Right on Juliet, Mike, hold short hotel, Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 001, as you come past the maintenance building there, you'll see a citation northbound on hotel. Behind them, taxi Mike 10.
Okay, we'll follow that citation, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 7906, continue taxi hotel, cross runway 08 right, hold short of Mike.
Cross 08 right at hotel, hold short Mike, Canadian Express 796.
Better make sure my winds are ready to go here again. Open up my tablet. Actually makes no difference whether on Unicom or control. Glass of red wine now that I'm on Unicom. I wouldn't care. As long as you can still kind of contemplate what you're doing in the airplane. I can Express 222, the, let's see here, what is it? The 737 off your right is going to give way to you. Can Express 001, are you squawking the code 0722?
Stand by, Canadian Express 1.
Like, I'm wondering why I can't see the type, and it's because the squawk code is still stuck there. Canadian Express 222, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's at 070 at 5, clear for takeoff, 08 left.
Clear for takeoff, 08 left, Canadian Express 222.
Canadian Express 1 is now squawking 0722, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem at all. That's why I couldn't see the type code, because if the squawk code is not correct, it doesn't show me the type code there. The hectic little day. I like
Center Can Express 667, I got Juliet Hotel, Mike, just confirm it's left on Juliet.
Sorry, right turn on Juliet. I may have said the wrong thing, but 667. Right turn on Juliet, Mike, and hold short of hotel for now.
Roger, right Juliet, Mike, hold short hotel, Can Express 667.
Merci. Canadian Express 001, space permitting behind the departing citation, line up only, runway 08 left.
Line up and wait after departing citation, Canadian Express 001.
I certainly hope we can find an Edmonton controller for these guys. It's going to be a lot to organize. If I'm a really nice guy, I just...
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 542, we're ready for taxi when able.
Canadian Express 542, Vancouver, runway 08 left, information Foxtrot, altimeter 3010. Let's see here, turn right, taxi Golf, hotel, hold short of Mike.
Right to Golf, hotel, hold short Mike, Canadian Express 542.
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 7 is ready to taxi.
Canadian Express 007, Vancouver, runway 08 left, information Fox, altimeter 3010, taxi Alpha Hotel, hold short 08 right.
Alpha Hotel, hold short 08 right, Canadian Express 7.
All right, two calls there at once. Canadian Express 222, say you're passing altitude again?
3,600.
Canadian Express 222, thanks. Identified, climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000, Canadian Express 222.
Other call for Vancouver, go ahead.
Canadian Express 004, ready for taxi.
Canadian Express 004, Vancouver, runway 08 left, information Foxtrot, altimeter 3010, taxi through the apron, hotel, or correction, Golf, hold short hotel.
Taxi 8 left, information Foxtrot, altimeter 3010 and Golf and hold short to hotel, double flight.
Canadian Express 001, contact me airborne, wind 090 at 6, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
Check the winds, clear for takeoff, 08 left, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 796, continue taxi, hotel, Mike 10, line up, runway 08 left, behind the departing 737.
Hotel Mike 10, line up 08 left. Canadian Express 796.
Canadian Express 007, continue taxi, hotel, cross runway 08 right, hold short of Gulf.
Okay, continue taxi hotel across 08 right, hold short of Golf, Canadian Express 7.
Vancouver Center, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, ready for taxi, gate 75.
First Canadian Express 222, direct add 6 on course.
Direct add 6, Canadian Express.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, Vancouver, runway 08 left, information Foxtrot, altimeter 3010. Taxi Sierra, Mike, hold short of hotel.
Sierra Mike in hold short of hotel, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, thanks.
Canadian Express 004, taxi Golf, hotel, hold short of Mike.
Golf Hotel and hold short of Mike, double flight.
Center Canadian Express 001, airborne 08 left, crossing 2.4.
Canadian Express 001, Vancouver, thank you. Identified, continue climb 6000.
6000, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 222, continue climb flight level 390, maintain speed 290 or faster in the climb.
Canadian Express 222, climb maintain 390. We'll try our best to give you 290 or greater. We might not be able to.
If you can at least keep 290 up through 280, that would certainly help me out.
Alright, and we'll try our best, Canadian Express.
Thank you. Canadian Express 796, contact me once you're airborne. Caution possible wake turbulence for the departed 737 ahead. Wind 090 at 6, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
Clear for takeoff 08 left. We'll contact you in airborne. Canadian Express 796.
Canadian Express 007, you're going to be following company traffic, joining hotel ahead at Lima. Continue hotel, hold short of Mike for now.
Continue hotel, hold short of Lima, and we see the company traffic. We'll stay behind them.
Canadian Express 667, taxi Mike 10, line up runway 08 left.
Mike 10, line up 8 left, Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 542, behind the company traffic, over at your 1 o'clock taxi hotel Mike 10.
Copy behind the traffic, Canadian Express 542.
And Canadian Express 007, you're cleared to taxi hotel all the way to hold short of Mike for now.
All the way to hold short of Mike, Canadian Express 7.
You guys are really going to make me work here. Okay. Canadian Express 001, above 10,000, speed 290, please.
Yeah, 290 above 10, Canadian Express 001.
This is going to be fun. Trying to get separation for this whole group flight is not going to work well. Oh, what are you going to do?
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express 796, passing 2000.
Canadian Express 796, Vancouver, thank you. Identified, climb 6000.
6000, Canadian Express 786.
Canadian Express 001, climb flight level 280.
280, and we cleared direct APID, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 001, thank you very much for asking. You are clear direct APID.
Direct APID and up to flight level 280, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 667, Vancouver, contact me airborne, winds 100 at 5, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
We'll call you airborne, clear for takeoff, 8 left, Canadian Express 667, thank you.
Canadian Express 542, behind the departing A310, caution possible jet blast, line up runway 08 left.
Copy, line up 8 left, Canadian Express 542.
Canadian Express 004, continue across Mike, taxi into Mike 10.
Canadian, you're crossing cross Mike to Mike 10, double point.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, continue taxi Mike 10.
Dino taxi Mike 10, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75.
Canadian Express 007, you're going to see a 737 on Mike about your 2 to 3 o'clock position there. Follow them onto Mike 10.
Copy that. We'll keep our eyes for the 7-3 and follow on the Mike 10, Canadian Express 7.
Canadian Express 796, direct Dapit on course.
Direct Dapit on course, Canadian Express 796.
At least he's going a different way. It actually kind of works out a little bit, but it's not really very far off the route. They're going to still cross in a bunch of places here. And Canadian Express 222 in transition. Give me Mach decimal 7. Can you give me Mach decimal 79 or faster in transition? I can't remember honestly.
And we're going to be unable Mach decimal 79. Canadian Express 222.
And Canadian Express 222. What's the fastest Mach number you're going to be able to maintain in the climb there?
And stand by one.
Thanks. Canadian Express 796 above 10,000 speed 290.
We'll try to give you 290, Canadian Express 796, above 10,000.
Center Canadian Express 667 climbing through 2.27 thousand.
Canadian Express 667, thank you. Identified, climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000, Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 542, Vancouver. Contact me airborne. Winds 100 at 8. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08 left.
Copy, clear for takeoff. 8 left. We'll contact you airborne. Canadian Express 542.
Center Canadian Express 222. We should be able to give you about Mach 75 26.
All right, Canadian Express 222, transition to Mach 75 or greater.
And transition to Mach 75 or greater, Canadian Express 222.
Canadian Express 001, when you transition Mach 75, and you can climb flight level 390.
390, and say that Mach number again, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 001, transition to Mach decimal 75.
Decimal 75, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 667, proceed direct Dapit on course.
Direct Dapit on course, Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 004, line up runway 08 left.
I happen right, 08 left, 004.
Trying to get this all going here. It's actually not too bad. The sequence is not too bad. These guys are going to be a little bit close here, so I'm going to have to tweak them a little bit here. It's a 310.
Vancouver Center, Canadian Express is passing 2,000.
You're going to have to be more specific. I'm guessing that's Canadian Express 542.
Copy. 542, Canadian Express 542.
Canadian Express 542, thanks. You're identified. Climb 16,000.
16,000 for Canadian Express 542, thank you.
Canadian Express 667, above 10,000, speed 310 knots, please.
310 above 10,000, Canadian Express 667.
It's actually not too bad. I got about 15 miles on average in trail. That's actually pretty good. Canadian Express 004, contact me airborne. The wind's 100 at 9, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left. Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, line up only 08 left.
Line up on weight 08 left, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75.
Actually, okay, it's going to be okay. I think it's going to work out okay. Canadian Express 796, climb flight level 280.
280, Canadian Express 796.
Canadian Express 542, above 10,000, speed 270 for spacing.
270 above 10,000, Canadian Express 542.
And Canadian Express 542, caution balls will wake turbulence. You're going to be behind an A310. You're about 6 miles in trail. Now I'm going to try and grow that distance a little bit for you.
Copy that. We'll watch for traffic and watch for turbulence.
Canadian Express 667, climb flight level 280.
900.
Oh, sorry, I stepped on you. The Canadian Express 667, climb flight level 280. Canadian Express 667, climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Canadian Express 667.
And Canadian Express 004, I believe you said you're airborne. I don't see the target actually. Make sure the transponder's on.
Oh, sorry about that. Transponder is on. Canadian Express 004 passing 4,500.
Canadian Express 004, perfect. Thank you very much. You're identified. Climb 16,000 and speed above 10,000, 270.
Roger, 16,000 and 270 above 10,000, over 4.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75 Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne. Cleared for takeoff runway 08 left, winds 108.
Clear for takeoff runway 08 left, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, repeat contact on departure, please.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, contact me.
Contact you on departure, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, thanks.
Canadian Express 007, lineup 08 left, space permitting behind the departing 73.
Line up space permitting behind the 7-3 on 8 left, Canadian Express 7.
Do we have any Edmonton controllers? No Edmonton controllers. Oh, God. It's going to kill these guys. Oh, what can you do? I mean, sometimes that's just the way it works out. I gave you the departure, guys. I also have to get out of here before too long. It's already now coming up to 1:30. So I'm going to get you guys like a nice sequence going on here. You guys will be on your own for Edmonton, though. All right, he's direct Menbo. That's fine. It's working out pretty well here. Canadian Express 7906, continue climb flight level 370 above and transition to Mach decimal 75 for spacing, please.
370 Mach 75, Express 796.
Canadian Express 542, continue climb flight level 280.
Okay, 280 for Canadian Express 542.
And Canadian Express 542, direct DAPED, if I didn't already say it, my apologies.
Copy direct DAPED, Canadian Express 542.
Yeah, he's doing fast. He's going faster, so it's just a matter of time.
Vancouver Center Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, 1,700.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75 Vancouver, thank you. Identified. Climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000 Alpha Sierra Charlie 75.
And Canadian Express 007 Vancouver, contact me once you're airborne. The wind 08088, clear for takeoff, runway 08 left.
Cover the wind's clear to go, and we'll call you in the air, Canadian Express 7.
All right, it's not too bad, actually. I've got almost 10 miles here. Canadian Express 667, can I get you to increase speed to 320 for me, please?
320 for this speed, Canadian Express 667, thank you.
Canadian Express 004, climb flight level 280.
280, 004.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, passing 5,000, turn left, heading 350.
Left 350, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75.
He's got 430, he's got 50 knots, it's just a matter of time here.
And Vancouver Canadian Express 7 airborne through 700.
Canadian Express 007 Vancouver, identified, climb 16,000.
16,000, Canadian Express 7.
And Canadian Express 004, I can't remember if I said it, but if you're not, direct DAPED.
Roger, direct DAPED, Canadian Express 004, thank you.
Canadian Express 001, what's your planned Mach number in cruise?
Right now we have it set for Mach decimal 76, but we can adjust as needed, Canadian Express 001.
Okay, yeah, we'll probably have to keep it to the 75 then. If we're going to go a lot faster, I was going to try and get you ahead, but I think it'll just work out easier this way.
All right, we'll plan for Mach decimal 75, Canadian Express 001.
Center Canadian Express 222.
Canadian Express 222, go ahead.
Canadian Express 222, we can take probably, we can get up to flight level 410 if that would clear up the issues with the company at 39.
Canadian Express 222 wouldn't make a big difference just because eventually you're all going to end up in the same place. So I'll just keep you at 390. You're just going to be the head of the pack, and everyone else is just going to go your pace.
All right, Canadian Express 222.
Canadian Express 667, continue climb flight level 350. In transition, maintain Mach decimal 75.
Up to flight level 350 and Mach 0.75, Canadian Express 667.
Vancouver Center Raptor 6, looks like we're in the Edmonton area. Do you want us on advisory?
And Raptor 6, affirmative. Thanks for letting me know. You can contact monitor Unicom 122.8. Your surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Monitor Unicom and have a great rest of your night. Raptor 6.
Canadian Express 584. When ready, descend flight level 290.
When ready, down to flight level 290, Canadian Express 584.
Alpha Sierra Charlie 75 Vancouver. Turn left direct to ITMAV.
Left direct to ITMAV. Alpha Sierra Charlie 75, thanks.
Canadian Express 004. Continue climb flight level. Actually, I don't have a final flight level for you. What's your requested flight level, Canadian Express 004?
Flight level 350. Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, didn't forget to stop.
It's okay, Canadian Express 004. I've got that in there now for you. Climb flight level 350 and transition to Mach decimal 75.
Was it 350 and 075 for Mach 04.
And Canadian Express 542. Same for you. Transition now Mach decimal 75.
Transition to Mach decimal 75, Canadian Express 542.
And Canadian Express 542. I don't think I gave you higher. Climb flight level 370.
Up to 370 for Canadian Express 542.
Canadian Express 007. Direct datebed if I didn't give it to you already. And climb flight level 280.
280 direct datebed, Canadian Express 7.
All right, this is going to work out okay. This is going to work out okay. Oh, it's going to keep beeping at me forever and ever and ever here because they're just not quite 10 miles apart, and that's what it wants to see is 10 miles apart, but it's fine. They're going to be more than good enough. And Canadian Express 004, I'm actually just going to hold you back just a little bit to build a tiny bit of space. Mach decimal 74, that'll work out really nicely.
Roger, Mach 74, that report.
I was kicked from the server, from the TeamSpeak server for excessive idle time because I didn't talk to anyone or do anything. I'm just hanging out in the server for 4 hours and nothing's happening. Okay, I think I got it all under control though. I think I got it all under control here. It's kind of good too because he's taking a little bit of a shortcut, so that actually works a little bit. This is going to work out quite nicely here. Quite the good little sequence we got going on here. I like it. I like it. I like
Center,
it.
Canadian Express 001, requesting 5 from the deck. We'll report back.
Canadian Express 001 approved. Thanks. All right. See, this is the arrival view. I need to keep coming back to the center view. I don't need a Kelowna. I don't need this one anymore. I really don't. Nobody's going to Kelowna. Give up on it. Just give up on it. Nobody's going to Kelowna. There you go. This guy only wanted to cruise at 16,000. And Alpha Sierra Charlie 75 Vancouver. I just want to confirm you want 16,000 for your final. Is that correct?
Final altitude flight level 240. I'm sorry.
Okay, Alpha Sierra Charlie 75. You got 16,000 here. Climb flight level 240.
340. Final climb for Alpha Sierra Charlie 75. Just confirm.
Affirmative. 340. I've got that changed now. That's your showing for your final.
Thank you very much. Climb in flight level 240. Alpha Sierra Charlie 75. Thank you very much.
Canadian Express 007, continue climb flight level 370.
370, okay, sure, 7.
He does not need a speed restriction because he's far enough behind everybody else. It's actually working out really nice. Just can't quite get these two guys. We got a difference. We got a speed difference. We got a 30-knot speed difference actually here over the ground. So I think it's going to work out just fine. He's starting to catch up to this guy. I got to kind of monitor this and make sure there's not a lot of extra spacing here, to be honest. So she's going to be a bit tight, but all right. One last time, I'm going to go and check Discord and see if anybody answered the call at all, because I would love to see these guys get ATC all the way. Canadian Express is a fantastic airline. They're really casual, very minimal rules, but it's just kind of it's a social airline more than anything. It's not like a super realistic simulation. You can fly whatever you want, wherever you want, but they just have fun events. You know, their own paint scheme. It's a lot of fun. I'm a member. I'll 100% disclosure. I'm a member, and no, nobody. Nobody seems to be online. I found one person who's Not necessarily the computer. Oh, did the beeping stop finally? The beeping stopped. Hooray! Okay, and it's going to work out okay. I think I might need to get Canadian Express 001 back like one notch maybe. Like it's actually pretty good. The spacing is pretty darn good. I got to watch it. That's the thing. I'm going to have to watch it, but I think it's all going to work out pretty well here. So what time is it now? It's pretty much 1:30 Zulu, which is about the time I had promised myself I would do the log off at. I've got it kind of worked out. These guys are, it's working out for these guys. Canadian Express 584, continue to send flight level 230.
Continue down to flight level 230, Canadian Express 584.
There we go. It's got a slight speed restriction. Those guys are definitely not close enough. That worked out really nicely. It worked out pretty well. It was nice to have everybody like sort of taking out the right direction. So as long as I paced the takeoff slowly enough, it worked out. 10 miles in trail, pretty nice, consistent. I like it. I'm just, yeah. I can't stay on forever, and I don't think I can do the arrivals into Calgary. I'm so disappointed. Who else is online? Anybody else around that would control? Shenanigans.
Canadian Express 001's back on the deck.
Canadian Express 001, thank you. Anybody else?
Center Canadian Express 222, best we'll be able to give you in the cruise is about 0.77, 0.78.
Okay, Canadian Express 222. If you can maintain Mach 0.76 or better, that'll work out great. You're number one of the big long sequence here, so the faster you can go, the easier it is on everybody else.
Alright, Mach 76 or better, Canadian Express 222.
And Canadian Express 001, you can do Mach 0.76 if you wish.
Mach 0.76, Canadian Express 001.
Oh, I wish I could find somebody. Oh, well, what are you going to, like, it's just the nature of VATSIM. Like, I can't control forever. I've been online for 4.5 hours now. Can't say I didn't do my piece today. It's a pity I didn't know about their event in advance. That's the biggest thing, really. Yeah, I think that's about it, though. Canadian Express 584 Heavy, you're about to leave my airspace to the east, and Edmonton is not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Enjoy the rest of your flight.
Switching over to Unicom, Canadian Express 584. Awesome job. See you next time.
Take care. All right. All right, guys. I think that is enough controlling for me for today. For all you guys going over to Calgary, you got a pretty good sequence going on there. If you keep your same speeds at about Mach 7.5, it should work out for everyone pretty nicely. So I'm going to log off now. Canadian Express 222, you can monitor Unicom and surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Unicom, Canadian Express 222, yeah.
796 Roger, Canadian Express 001, you can switch to Unicom and surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Over to 228 for Canadian Express 001. Great job, and thanks for staying on.
No problem. Canadian Express 667, off to Unicom for you as well, and surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Switching, thank you very much, Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 542, switch to the on-route frequency, surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Thanks, you have a good night too. Canadian Express 542.
Canadian Express 004, switch to the en route frequency, surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Okay, thanks for the ATC and see you next time, Canadian Express 004.
And Canadian Express 007, you're bringing up the rear. You're about 40 miles in trail the last one, so you can go as fast as you like. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Going to Unicom, and yeah, we're not quite as quick as those guys, but thanks for being here, Rob. We'll see you next time, sir.
Yeah, take care. Have a good night. Alpha's here, Charlie 75. Unfortunately, I got to log off now. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Enjoy the rest of your night as well.
Switching to Unicom Alpha Sierra Charlie 75. Nice job, even though you were very busy. Thank you, bro.
No problem. Have a good night. And if anybody else is still on Vancouver Center frequency, Vancouver Center has got to go now. Switch to the en route frequency. Have a great night, everybody. That was lots of fun. Thanks. All right. And that's it. Disconnect. Disconnect. Done. That was way longer than I planned. That was a great stream, though. That was a great little CXA sequence at the end there. So I tried my best, guys, as well to get to ping some controllers, anybody who might be around to do some Edmonton controlling. Yeah, but the one guy I reached out to said he tried to put in a message as well to Edmonton. So hopefully we can rouse up somebody, because there's good 8 or 10 arrivals. That's the fun. That's the great part of VATSIM, is you get a whole bunch of arrivals all together, and you get to kind of, and they're pretty well sequenced already. You just got to pick them all off and put them on finals. So it'd be a great 45 minutes of controlling for somebody. You wouldn't even have to commit to very long. Just 40 minutes of just getting them in there would be great. But yeah, I tried. I did the best I could. It's volunteer organization, so if nobody's available, nobody's available. So, anyways, but for me, that's 4.5 hours. So that is more than enough, guys. I had tons of fun. Look forward to putting that stream out there soon, and I will see you guys all out there on the VATSIM network. Take care, be safe, and yeah, enjoy your summer when you're out there. Take care.